All right, JG, before we get going, I just want to make sure that we have contact with Trustee Hall. Yes, I see you there. All right. Okay, everyone. It is 2:07 p.m. on this Tuesday, April 8th, 2025, and I'd like to call to order this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Clerk Woodley, can you please do roll call?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustee Hall,
Present.
Vice President Mayberry,
Still here.
Trustee Dr. Nicolette,
Good afternoon.
Trustee Phoenix,
I just arrived.
President Smith.
Here.
Trustee Westlake,
Here.
Clerk Woodley here, and Student Trustee Batavia. All present and accounted for.
Thank you so much, Clerk Woodley. We are joined today with a very esteemed guest from the Lyon County School District. Trustee Darren Farr is with us today. And Trustee Farr, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, that closes item 1.03 and brings us now to item 1.04, our land acknowledgement. Every community owes its existence and vitality to generations from around the world who contributed their hopes, dreams, and energy to making the history that led to this moment. Some were brought here against their will. Some were drawn to leave their distant home, hope of a better life, and some have lived on this land for more generations than can be counted. Truth and acknowledgement are critical to building mutual respect and connection across all barriers of heritage and difference. We begin this effort to acknowledge what has been buried by honoring the truth. We acknowledge that some of our educational structures are situated in the traditional homelands of the Washoe, Newmoo, Northern Paiute, Niwi, Western Shoshone, and Nuwu, Southern Paiute peoples. We pay respect to their elders, past and present. These lands continue to be a gathering place for Indigenous peoples, and we recognize their deep connections to these places. We extend our appreciation for the opportunity to live and learn in their territory. Thank you. That closes item 1.04, our land acknowledgement, and we now move on to item 1.05, the ceremonial swearing in of new Washoe County School District police officers. And so to present the officers, we welcome our own school police chief, Tracy Moore.
Thank you, President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, and trustees. Chief Moore here of your school police department. We actually have two officers to swear in today. They started Monday last week, so they've been here for 1 week. But I'm going to start off first with our first one here. I think he's in here with his wife, Sarah. This is Officer Seymour. Let me give a little bit of history on him. He's a new valuable member of our department, joined us Monday last week. He was born and raised here in Reno, Nevada, and has spent most of his life in the North Valleys area. He's a proud graduate at North Valleys High School in 2007. He also is a devoted father of two who enjoys spending quality time with his family, exercising, participating in outdoor activities during his free time. Until he gets football and basketball time, the free time gets a little less. With a diverse professional background that includes customer service, food and beverage, construction, and IT, Officer Seymour brings a wealth of experience to our department after serving as an IT supervisor for 3 years with a global retailer. He realized he wanted to make a more direct impact in our community. Motivated by this desire, Officer Seymour attended the Regional Citizens Police Academy in 2023 and was subsequently hired by the Reno Police Department, where he graduated with a class it was 2024, so within the class first part of the year. He served with distinction until October 31st of 2024 before making a transition to our department. He is eager to contribute to the safety and well-being of our schools and is excited about the opportunity to engage with and support the future generations of Nevada. Please join me in welcoming Officer Corey Seymour to our team. Go ahead, step on up here, Corey. And I think for the sake of time, we'll swear them both in at the same time. So I'm going to have our next one come up. You just stand right here for me. Officer Presley. This is Presley Lorenzen. You may recognize that last name. We'll tell you about the connection here in a little bit. He is our second addition in this ceremonial swear-in for you all. He brings a fresh perspective and a strong commitment to serving our community, which aligns with our mission to ensure a safe environment for our students and staff. Officer Lorenzen was born in Reno, Nevada, and graduated from Des Moines Ranch High School in 2020. After completing his education, he attended the Northern Nevada Law Enforcement Academy, where he graduated in December of 2024. Prior to joining our team, he worked in various customer service roles in the automotive industry, providing him with a valuable experience in communicating and community engagement. In his personal time, Officer Lorenzen enjoys working out, golfing, hopefully you don't beat me, and spending quality moments with his family and friends. His passion for law enforcement and dedication to our community service is evident. He is genuinely excited about the opportunities that lie ahead in our department. We believe that Officer Lorenzen will make a positive impact in our schools and enhance our efforts in fostering a safe and supportive environment for all students and staff. So please welcome Officer Lorenzen here with me. So, gentlemen, we'll do is in the state of Nevada, police officers for the school district are required to be sworn in by the chief of police to serve their duties. So we'll go ahead and just have them sworn in, and I believe Officer Seymour is going to be badge pinned by his wife, Sarah, and then you're going to be badged by Sergeant Lorenzen. Sergeant Lorenzen and Officer Lorenzen are cousins. So that's a little active recruitment there. Thank you, Sarge. All right, guys, go ahead and raise your right hand. Repeat after me. You'll say I and state your first name.
I, Corey Seymour. I, Presley Lorenzen.
Do solemnly swear
Do solemnly swear
that I will support, protect, and defend
that I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and government of the United States of America,
the Constitution and government of the United States of America,
the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada,
the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada,
and the regulations of the Washoe County School District
and the regulations of the Washoe County School District
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
whether domestic or foreign,
whether domestic or foreign,
and that I will bear true faith,
and I will bear true faith,
allegiance, and loyalty to the same.
allegiance, and loyalty to the same,
Any ordinance, resolution, or law
any ordinance, resolution, or law
of any state notwithstanding,
of any state notwithstanding,
and that I will faithfully perform all duties of school police officer
and I will faithfully perform all duties of school police officer
on which I am about to enter.
on which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, guys.
Thanks, sir.
All right, Sarah. We're going to let her get in so she get the picture real quick. You wait too.
You can just get a quick picture of it. 1, 2, 3. That's very sweet.
All right, Sergeant Lorenzen. Go ahead, Bo. And Corey, come on over here with us. We'll get you over this side. Hang tight.
Yeah, you know your angles. Fabulous. I'll take a quick photo.
Gentlemen, you'll get a couple minutes to introduce yourself to the board.
Hello, everyone. I'm very excited to be in this role. After my time with Reno, I found out what I wanted to do a little more in this career, and working with kids, keeping the schools safe, and hoping to give the future generations a positive outlook on policing is something I'm very excited for. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity, and I thank you all.
Thank you.
Hello. I'm very excited to be here as well. I'm new to the career as well. Well, he has a little more experience than me, but I am equally as excited. I believe this is a great role for me. Just in the first week that I've been here, I know I'm surrounded by like-minded people that work hard and love what they do. and that makes me want to give 110% every day. And I just want to thank the department as well as the district for this opportunity, and thank you for letting me be here.
Thank you. We will. And then after we're done, I have a question for you, Chief, okay? All right, so I asked Chief Moore to stay up here in this item because, Chief Moore, we've been doing a lot of these ceremonial swearing-ins. Can you remind us now, since you have been our new school police chief, how many have we welcomed under your watch?
Today's total adds it to 8. So we were, as I took over as your chief in last year, we had 13 vacancies. We now have 8, and we will continue to do our best to recruit and do a thorough background check and meet that these people that do apply meet the needs of the school district.
And then, one moment, Chief.
Chief Moore.
Yeah.
So can you, just to remind the public, it was a year ago that we had approved to budget more officers in order to serve all the new schools that have been brought into our community. And I know there was vacancies also. So how many were you having to fulfill hiring in order to meet the ones that were vacant and also the ones that we approved and budgeted for, because we realized as a board that safety is so important for our students and teachers?
Certainly. Good question. So there was a total of 13 vacancies on top of that. So the 8 that you added was not. That was total allocated full-time positions, FTEs as we call it. So there were, I'm not the best at math, there was 4 or 5 that were already existing on top of the approved 8. So, and we'll continue to crunch away at those staff numbers and try to reach that full staffing level for you all.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
for working so hard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that closes item 1.05 and section 1 in its entirety. And congratulations to our new officers and for everyone here and their family members. We'll move on now to section 2, our consent agenda items. Prior to today's meeting, we do have requests to pull items 2.11 and 2.14. which leaves us a balance of items 2.02 to 2.10, 2.12 to 2.13, and then 2.15 to 2.24. I see no lights on to pull any of those items. So, JJ, do we have any public comment on those items?
John Eppolito for consent agenda item 2.13.
Welcome, Mr. Eppolito.
John Eppolito. To learn more about the downside of Infinite Campus, go to protectnevadachildren.org. Nevada may be the only state in the country where every public and public charter school student in the state has way too much subjective, incriminating, and non-educational data stored about them forever in Infinite Campus, i.e. discipline, minor discipline, MTSS, medical, counseling, and psychiatric data. We know IC has already been involved in at least 6 data breaches. At protectnevadachildren.org, you can hear this district say some vendors have, quote, complete access to everything stored in Infinite Campus on the students they serve, end quote. This board will not tell us how many and which third-party vendors have access to student data stored in IC. We know the largest free EdTech vendor in the world, Edmodo, was sold to the Chinese. When Infinite Campus came here, we learned there are no restrictions on who they can sell the entire company to. Do you think the Chinese will try to buy Infinite Campus? If not, private equity firms are buying up EdTech vendors. What about Google or Facebook? We already know students have had their admissions to college rescinded because of stuff they've posted online. Experts have said Infinite Campus stores more data on students than anyone ever has in U.S. history. Much of the data in IC stored forever is subjective, non-educational, and incriminating. Recall, student data stored in IC is not protected by HIPAA. 2 questions no one can really answer. How will simply the existence of this IC database affect the future of WCSD students? 2, who will ultimately have access to all the student data stored in IC, and how will that affect the future of Nevada students? I need your help. It's time to start deleting subjective, incriminating, and non-educational student data stored forever in IC. The first week of the legislative session, I asked the legislators if somebody would bring a bill to start deleting sane data, and Angie Taylor did. And it's SB 445. It got through the Senate. No one objected. The State Department of Ed is on board. Hopefully, it'll get through and get on the governor's desk and be signed into law. But Infinite Campus, right now, they have 5 paid lobbyists in Carson City. They used to just have 1. I don't know. Maybe I'm doing a good job, or maybe they just, I don't know. They're trying to protect their interests. Who knows what they're doing? You can find 1,500 of us on Facebook at Protect Nevada Children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito. I'd say you're doing a good job.
That's all I have for those items.
All right, thank you so much. Seeing no lights on for discussion, I'm looking for a motion to approve item 2.02 to 2.10, 2.12 to 2.13, and 2.15 to 2.24.
So moved, Madam Chair.
And I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion by Clerk Woodley and a second by Trustee Phoenix. Seeing no lights on, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much. That brings us to our first item that we're pulling today, which is item 2.11. This will be heard as a standalone. This is the approval of interlocal contracts for variance transfers between school districts for Tahoe Truckee Unified School District and Pyramid Lake Indian Reservation. This is a tuition agreements for the 2023 to 2024 school year. This is an item for possible action. And so we welcome up here our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Troy Parks. And if you could introduce us to your colleague.
Yes. Welcome our Director of Student Records and Accounting, Des Mandeville. And hopefully she's going to have most of the answers for you.
Well, very good. Well, Trustee Westlake pulled this item, and so I will defer to you for the questions.
Thank you. Hi, Dr. Parks, Ms. Mandeville. I'll admit I was after reading through this twice and then the board questions and reading the answers, I'm still kind of confused, and I do have some concerns. Maybe they're not warranted once I get more information. So there is a cost, correct, to this $682,000 some dollars for the interlocal contracts for variance transfer between school districts?
Yes.
And we pay those costs, $682,000. So I guess what my concern is we have school of choice. So children that are in, and it's also for students that want to go out of our district to other districts. So, and we lose the funding for that, correct?
Yeah, so it's reciprocal. It goes both ways. It's not equivalent in the amount of funding, and the amount of funding changes depending, because it's, so if it's our students going out, we pay our per pupil funding, and if it's their students coming in, California, for example, would pay their pupil funding to us.
So I just want to emphasize my concern then, the ones going out. So we allow school of choice. So a student, high school, middle school, elementary, if for whatever reason they would prefer to go to another school, maybe because of curriculum, maybe they're shared household and they're more with dad and that's the school that's in dad's neighborhood. But anyhow, the point being is we already allow school of choice here. And so now we are saying we'll pay for you to leave our district and go somewhere else. And so now we're losing that student, we're losing the funding, it's costing us money. We are in a deficit. Our student body is dropping, and I'm seeing that this is not a great thing. And the other thing is maybe you could give some examples why we would allow that, why we would allow a student to leave, we foot the bill, and we lose a count on our student body towards our funding, which we desperately need.
Thank you, Trustee Westlake. And I'm going to have Des answer as well if I say anything incorrect. My understanding from working with Des on this is that this reciprocal agreement that you see that we've been doing for many, many years with California and the reservation, all that's been going on. And the important part to realize is these are very rare exceptions, and my understanding is it is in place for a family who maybe they work in Truckee, or they live in Truckee and work down here, and they want to be able to bring their children, if they have them, within their work so that they can keep them all together. And that when we look at school of choice, I agree with you that it's great to have that, and we have that for our local residing community, and we do the best we can with the number of seats available. But this is very minute compared to the number of seats we're able to offer in school of choice.
Okay, so I'm sorry, because I have to keep these things in my head. So I'm hearing minute. Almost $1 million doesn't seem very minute to me, especially when we're in a deficit. And I wasn't speaking to the individuals that live in Truckee or other California and work here, and so they want their child to go here, because I will just say flat out, I don't want to be a Scrooge, but we can only do so much, and that's their prerogative. If they live there, but they would prefer for the child to be here, then California is paying that. Is that correct? Or are we paying for that prerogative?
Both. So, for example, yeah, we have staff members that live in, let's say, Truckee or in North Tahoe, and also work and reside or work here and for Washoe County School District. And we have to have these interlocal agreements in order for those students to be allowed to attend. We have this same thing that takes place slightly differently within our own state as well, meaning adjoining districts. We have agreements with them too, but what is done is NDE, we report to NDE those numbers, and NDE then shifts the money. So it might not seem so quite the large amount because you're not seeing that, right? You're not seeing those numbers. But when the Pyramid Lake, right, they're considered their own state, and then the adjoining state of California, we have to have these working agreements for us to be able to work with these states for our kids to go there or their students to come here. And so, yeah, the numbers will vary. It depends on peer pupil funding, and that changes often. And again, to speak to what Dr. Park said, this has been definitely for over 2 decades we have been doing these.
And I get the historical, but every year it's different as far as budget. And
correct.
I'm just trying to wrap my mind around that. I want to know what we are funding, because we can't fund everything. And you're saying that the California resident, if they come and work here and their children go to school here, California is going to pay for that. So I don't honestly, that's not costing us anything. I don't even want to, I don't really need to hear that, because that's not a cost. I'm trying to get to where we come into having to pay for something when we have school of choice. We're saying that we have some wonderful schools, we have wonderful programs, we have many things we can offer students here. So why are we paying for a child to go somewhere else if we feel that we have so much to offer here, I guess, to almost $1 million? I need to wrap my head around that. And I honestly, again, I don't care how long this has been going on, because just because something's been going along for 200 years, 100 years, 50 years, doesn't mean that it should keep going on to the tune of $1 million and dropping our student body count. That's what I'm trying to understand. I mean, if it's wonderful, and it appears that this is like the end all be all, then great. But so far I'm not seeing that. And I just need to hear about those specific things. Thank you.
Okay, so a couple points. So our current School of Choice program is only for our district students. It does not apply to anybody out of Washoe County School District. So these interlocal contracts, those students apply through an out-of-district process after May 1st, when all of the School of Choice stuff is done. Additionally, these interlocal contracts are in NRS, and we have them established because of the law.
By law, we have to do this, because I'm sorry, I'm just going to keep going back to this. You're saying other districts in Washoe County. I am a trustee of Washoe County School District. That is my purview. That is my concern. What happens in this district, that we stay afloat, that we're providing the best education for the students of Washoe County School District. So by law, Dr. Parks, you're saying that this has been going on for 20 years. That's not good enough for me. Are we legally bound to this? And again, I am only concerned with Washoe County School District students. That is what I'm supposed to keep my eye on the ball for.
Yes, and we appreciate that. And yes, we are bound by the NRS to honor the interlocal agreements.
I see that Vice President Mayberry has his line on, but I think that this is a good thing to understand too. And and particularly if we're bound by NRS. Vice President Mayberry.
Yeah, no, thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the dialogue. I had this caught my eye as well, and so the only question I have is, why is it costing us money? And I think I came to the conclusion as we were talking. Are we sending more students out than we're receiving? Is that why we have a bill?
So there's the state, whether Pyramid or California, they submit a bill each year, which we pay. And then we, again, reciprocal, we would send them a bill as well.
Gotcha,
and that
okay.
varies from year to year. So some years we may have more students going out, some years we may have more students coming in.
So this expense may be offset by what we receive from the other side. We don't know what that is yet. When will we know that?
It's at the end of each school year.
Oh, okay. Okay, that helps. Thank you.
Sorry, I know I'm giving.
No, that's okay. Do we know, I did some rough math, do we know the number of students that typically leave? Not down to the number, what's a rough number of our WCSD students that go to one of these other districts?
So I can speak to the 23-24 school year, which these ones are in reference to, and I believe it was 72. And but I do not have the breakdown of which ones receive special education services, which is a higher cost.
Okay. And I know I'm sounding really angry. I'm just kind of frustrated because it's not just the cost that we're paying. We're also losing that money for that student to be going to Washoe County School District. And I'm not saying that we should be putting a price tag and kids should not be considered commodities. I hope the public, when they hear this, does not think that that's what I'm saying. But the bottom line is it costs money to run this district. And so anytime someone goes off the roster, that is money out of our pocket right there. And then money out of our pocket when we go and pay for them to go somewhere else other than Washoe County School District. And I just want to go on record, great NRS and everything, but this is not good for our district. Thank you.
I think this has been helpful to learn about because I didn't realize that NRS required this. Another great example of how we as a district, of course, need to align to law and ultimately review and approve these contracts as required by NRS. So thank you. It's definitely been very eye-opening for me too, particularly with the price tag associated with it. Would it be possible when we know how many students came in, possibly the superintendent could let us know or follow up with that information? That would be great.
You bet. We'll be happy to. Thank you, Dr. Parks. Thank you, Des. We appreciate all the information.
JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
John Eppolito.
Welcome, Mr. Eppolito.
John Eppolito. I guess you'll find out later how many kids came in. I just know from my experience, we have 4 kids. We live at the lake. 2 of our kids did go to California, and the reason they went to California schools is for the dual immersion. And for those 2 kids, that was really a great choice. By the end of 5th grade, they were bilingual at a 5th grade level. The other 2 stayed here, so we got the money for those that stayed here. But I think it's a really good program, and it's best for kids. What I don't understand is why is it just Pyramid Lake Indian Reservation? But I think it means the whole district, but I'm not sure.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito. And I think we have one more commenter as well. No worries, no rush.
All right, so hello guys, my name is Paul Duran, and for 211, so we know last week we have a school choice bill going on for school choice, and I support that bill to expand students to go to school wherever they want other than being zone school. But the problem is for school of choice bill is how about the disadvantaged students who cannot get the right to school, who want to become like certain, they want to be grown up, like for example, they want to be like engineer, or be accountant, or work in the marketing field, human research, everything, work in biology, work in federal governments, and they're being forced to going on zone school. That's the Clark County School District and Washington County School District in the past. Now, before school choice be presented, but I'm very grateful that Washington County School District offer school choice bills to go wherever they want, other than being zone school. The problem is that many disadvantaged students doesn't have a school accreditation. They have to get their own way. I mean RTC or your parent to go to school, and otherwise, if they don't get provided accreditation, they are not going to come to school. Then their choice will be limited. So also that will help to overcome the redlining one of Las Vegas and Reno, as we do, but the map today doesn't show we are a redlining state, but we are a de facto redlining, but no laws whatsoever. And for bilingual program, I know Vaughan and Worcester do have bilingual program next year, so and Vaughan will have a new building, so I think that encourage more students to come to Vaughan Middle School, besides other than going to Choctaw or North Tahoe or something, but do support a school choice bill on Parent Lake. But a good question on the California. I think the California should pay their Nevada's pay their own student to go to Washington School District. So good choice. That's a good question for taxpayer money. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Navaduran. All right, so I'll bring it back here for action. The pleasure of the board for item 2.11.
So for this one here, 2.11, I make a motion for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve item 2.11 by Trustee Phoenix, and we have a second by Clerk Woodley. Seeing no lights on or hands up, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 6-1. Thank you so much, colleagues. And now we'll move on to item 2.14. This is the approval of finding a community of interest per Nevada Revised Statute NRS 288.1701 and the reclassification of certain 12-month professional district office positions that do not require a teaching or administrator license, and which is a district office position rather than a school academic or teacher leadership position, with the Washoe Professional Technical Association as indicated on the table in the staff report related to this item, which is included in the support materials, and approval of the memorandum of understanding between the Washoe County School District and the Washoe Professional Technical Association for the inclusion of these positions into the Washoe Professional Technical Association bargaining unit, as also included in the supporting materials. This is an item for possible action. That's a record, at least while I've been at this dais. All right. And so with us today, we have Washoe County School District employment, our lead employment lawyer, Mr. Pick, and then also our Chief Human Resources Officer, Chief Owen. So this was pulled with several requests. So I'll open it up first to the colleagues. I know, that there's already been lots of information that's been shared. And so I will open it up for discussion among the colleagues. And then remember, we also need to hear public comment on the item too, if there's any clarifying questions that anybody on the board has.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. Thank you for all your work on this. Appreciate our conversations. Certainly, this is one of those items that we've gotten a lot of feedback on and it's raised some eyebrows. So, I think from my perspective, I'd like us to see if we can hold off on this item, approving this item, and moving it forward to the immediate next board meeting. That would be on April 22nd. I think that further discussion is warranted, particularly with those that are being impacted. I think there's again some really good questions that have been unanswered. I appreciate the work that has been done to reach out to our personnel, but I do think that was a pretty tight timeline. There was a lot of feedback I got, and I think it's warranted to at least give some of these dedicated folks a little bit more time to really understand and allow our staff to crystallize some of the issues and maybe flesh out some of the descriptions and better align the explanations of what we're trying to do. So that's kind of where I'm coming from, is to really hold off on this item. I don't know if it's pulling the item or just delaying the item for the next board meeting to April 22nd to allow our staff the time to provide a little bit more outreach. So, thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, because it's also my understanding that we've been really responsive to the feedback, and even staff has been considering some of this feedback and evaluating some of these roles as well, because it sounds like staff is also taking a new look at some of these roles and considering whether or not they're appropriate for transfer. JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
Amy Barthel.
Welcome, Ms. Barthel. Thank you for being with us.
Hello, Superintendent Ernst, trustees, and district leadership. My name is Amy Barthel, and I am the Visual and Performing Arts Coordinator for the school district. I'm here to give public comment on this agenda item. Although I received an email from Doug Owen stating my position would be excluded, I'm here to express my continued concern for this proposal. Doug stated my position would be excluded from this proposal because I do teacher evaluations. And it is my opinion that evaluation alone does not make this an administrator. There are other aspects of my job duties that would be difficult, if not impossible, to complete without teaching experience and administrative knowledge, specifically when it comes to the curricular aspects of my position. I believe it is likely true for many of the other 18 positions that are listed on this proposal. The fact that my position was originally on the list and then excluded upon learning that I evaluate is evidence that it's possible there is potential lack of knowledge regarding the other 18 positions. I assert no one on the board or in HR could confidently and accurately describe the job duties of each of the positions on the list. One question many of us have on this list is, if the conversion asserts teaching experience and teaching and admin licensure is not required to perform the job, what is required? When one of my impacted colleagues asked HR what credentials or experience will be required to effectively carry out the wide range of specialized and education-focused responsibilities this role demands, the response they received was, if this conversion is approved by the Board of Trustees, then we will review all impacted job description qualifications in collaboration with the respective incumbent and their leadership. In my opinion, this is backwards. Job duties should be examined and a rewrite of the qualifications should be done first to ensure they fit into the new bargaining unit. If you do it the way it's proposed now, you could find you've made a mistake in reclassifying. In examining current job duties, I think it would also be important to gather information from the people that these positions support. How would the teachers, principals, and families react if the person in each of these roles did not have the experience, formal knowledge, or licensure in the content and departments they support? Today, I'm asking the board to postpone any official decisions around item 2.14. Rather than push this through, I'm asking the board and HR to take some time to review these positions and others like them that aren't on the list to adequately determine which bargaining unit they belong to. I'm asking you to have conversations with the people that are in these positions and the people they support. Gather knowledge about these positions before you make decisions about them.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your
Mr.
time.
Barthel. We appreciate it.
The board received emails from Julie Dimmick-Dahl, Ariel Scarborough, Mason Coddington, Casey Smith, Jack Scarborough, Joni Miller, Carrie Mariani, David Zavsky, Jennifer Tibbin, Jordan Gacci, Marie White, Don Rockelli, Mary Miller, Nicole Pajarillo, Marie Hawes, Amanda Eckerman, Carolyn Carl, and Doug Taylor.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Smith. JJ, how many was that? I should have been counting, but I was talking myself into not sounding angry. So I wasn't counting. How many emails was that roughly?
15 emails.
15 emails. And how many employees is this affecting?
19.
So first of all, I want to preface that you guys work so hard. Everybody in the district office is putting in countless effort, hours, time, thoughtfulness. But sometimes when you get moving so fast, clarity gets a little bit dulled. It's not as sharp as it could be. And it's a memorandum of understanding. And we're considering 19 employees, but 15 emails. And they're all different. So this was not like copy and paste. That shows me that there's not understanding. And I'm not saying anybody's at fault. We're trying to get things done. We want things to be the best they possibly can. But there's that adage, measure twice, cut once. And I just think that the understanding isn't quite there. And I think we're doing a disservice to the employees that are giving so much to the district and to our kids if we don't take some time to really go over this, listen to concerns, have a discussion. And that's all I'd like to say. It's not a lack of you guys caring or trying to do the right thing, but there's an obvious disconnect here, I think. That's my opinion. Thank you.
I concur with giving this at least 2 more weeks. I absolutely do. And I'm just going to use kind of a fuzzy term. I think we need to do some friend making and back up a little bit. But what I want to know from you, because I trust your work. That is not a question for me. What I want to know is the impact, the downhill impact of waiting for, let's just say 2 weeks, so that we can back up and provide some more communication to help people understand what would be the impacts of that 2 weeks.
The employee aspect of this, Doug Owen, Chief HR Officer for the record. We're currently posting positions within the current WSPA unit that includes principals, assistant principals, and if those individuals wanted to apply for those positions, those would be closing here shortly. So they would need to act quickly, I'll say it that way. By delaying 2 weeks, it just leaves a little bit of uncertainty for them on where they would be. Not that they can't currently apply for those jobs, they can do that anyway. And then on the legal side, I'll turn that over to Kevin.
Hi, Kevin Pick for the record. I'm General Counsel for Labor and Employment Matters here at the district. From a negotiation perspective, we are in initial negotiations with the units. Anytime you look at a community of interest, it's important to look at, not only from the district's perspective, it does impact, having a community of interest impacts negotiation. The association needs to make sure that it's representing the right people, that the people have adequate representation by that association. So they're looking at that question, while the district is analyzing potential one-off situations that do impact bargaining. And so there are actual impacts to a finding or no finding of community of interest.
Madam President, I'm ready to make a motion. Thank you for your support, your words. Madam President, I'd like to review, I'd like to motion, let's see if this works, delay the item 2.14 for review and possible approval until April 22nd.
I second.
All right, so we have a motion to continue on the item for additional discussion. We have a motion by Vice President Mayberry. We have a second by Trustee Westlake, and then I see Superintendent Ernst light on.
Yeah, just prior to making the motion, is it possible to provide the specific action that's desired from our staff in regards to the motion, so we know what to do within those 2 weeks to be able to follow up with the requests, please?
Sure, yeah, I'll take a shot at that. I think it would, certainly from this trustee's perspective, is to meet with all the staff impacted, better provide any clarity and opportunities for them to ask questions, and to just work collaboratively to ensure that everybody's in alignment. Is that helpful?
I have something to add.
We have a motion on, and so what we have to do is, what we're really doing at this point is we could consider a friendly to it. And then if the motioner makes a friendly and updates the motion, and then you mutually agree, and you concur being the second, then we can discuss the motion itself. So with your original motion, Vice President Mayberry, could you just say that one more time, what you had originally wrote?
Sure. The original motion, Madam President, was to review and possible approval, delay item 2.14, or continue item 2.14 is probably a better word, continue item 2.14 for review and possible approval until April 22nd.
Perhaps as a friendly, we could say to include directing the superintendent to engage in affected employees to do. So I don't want to speak for you, but maybe what we could do is keep that and then say to include directing the superintendent to do those things. And then JJ, I see she's writing.
So we'll continue that motion and to provide direction and to include the superintendent to continue discussions with the impacted staff and provide any clarity, follow-up questions that of concern. Do you want to read that, JJ? Does that give you some direction, Superintendent? Okay.
I have a friendly too, though.
Hold on one sec, team, because we have to make sure that this is accurate. So I've got to include the superintendent having discussions, well, it's to include directing the superintendent for discussions with impacted staff to provide clarity. And do you mean potentially reconsider the affected group, or what feels appropriate for you? Because we already know that the team is rethinking one of the roles, so they may come back with another group.
Yeah, I want to stop short of saying reconsider, but I do want to ensure that follow-up questions, clarity, and if that takes us down a path to where there is some different outcomes or changes, that would be part of this process.
All right, JJ, before we go to your friendly, it's really important that we be clear on what the motion even is, because you have to decide as the second. JJ, did you get the first part of the motion fairly well?
I think so.
Okay, can you just repeat back the first part?
To continue item 2.14 for possible action to the April 22nd agenda, to include directing the superintendent to continue discussions with impacted staff, provide clarity, answer questions, and possible reconsideration of roles.
Well, I don't want to use the word reconsideration. I think you're almost there, but I think the desire here is to continue to provide discussions, follow-up questions, clarity. I don't know how much more specific I can get. I mean, let that process take its course. If there's some changes that need to be made, the staff will make that. I don't think I need to be that specific in a motion.
Yeah, I hear you on that. So being the one that's making the motion, perhaps that last part after answering questions could be, and return with a recommended action.
Sure, yes. Thank you. Period.
So that final portion would be changed to simply say, and returned with a recommended action, whatever that is.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so we can't talk about any other friendlies until you agree or disagree on that.
But can I ask a question? If I agree, that means then we vote, right?
No.
And I don't want to
No,
vote.
we can do another friendly, but you just have to agree whether or not you're okay with that.
I'll agree to that friendly.
Okay.
Oh, I second the friendly. What's the matter?
So what it really is it's a new motion made by the person who started the motion. So it's not a friendly. A friendly contemplates that Trustee Nicolette would be adding something.
Okay.
So more clarification was asked for. Trustee Mayberry has made a motion. So are you seconding that motion that he's made? If you're not, and you'd like to add an additional language, which I'm under the impression you are,
I do.
then I would ask him, do you mind if I add something?
Okay.
And so then make your addition.
Okay.
If he agrees with you, then he'll make that part of his motion. He'll still be the person who made the motion, and you'll still be the second.
Okay.
And then the motion will be done, and it will be discussed amongst the trustees.
Okay. Trustee Mayberry, I do have something in addition, and I mean, it's up to you if you think it's relevant. And I'm good with whatever you decide. So what I would like to see, and this is coming from the wonderful music teacher that came here today and spoke to us, I myself couldn't have a discussion unless I knew specifics, what my role, what my position, what the requirements are, and then I can move on to have a discussion if this is the best fit for me. But if we don't have a clear cut what this title requires to do this job, and that isn't conveyed to the people that you're having the discussion with, how can they make a valid decision or bring up questions even or concerns if this is what sounds good to them, if they don't know what the requirements are going to be?
Okay, but you have to give them language for the motion.
Okay.
That's a thought and not necessarily how you would like to see the motion amended. And I will also point out that this item is exclusively around potentially finding a different community of interest for these team members into another labor association.
Okay.
So what we focus on has to be direction towards the superintendent for that particular action, this right here.
Then I would motion or friendly motion that our superintendent would discuss with the team on what each title requirements, certifications are for that title before opening up a discussion with the affected employees so that we could have
That's outside this item.
I,
Okay. What we're talking about is just making sure, like, what needs to be in the motion versus maybe what the superintendent has heard pretty clearly and what the staff is hearing really clearly. And we've had a great conversation about it. So it's up to you about whether or not you have very specific language that you would want to add to this. But it feels like there's a clear understanding of what staff is expecting us to do.
I'm good with that.
You're good with that, so we could maybe just leave it right where it is.
I appreciate your thoughts. I do think that what you're thinking, where your heart is in the motion. I do. I believe that.
Glad he knows where my heart is.
All right, very good. All right, so for the sake of clarity with all of that, I see Christine Hull, Trustee Hull.
Before you have discussion.
You can clarify the motion. I just have once we get to the discussion part, I just want to make sure that I have a chance to say something.
Yes, you definitely will.
So just to
Okay,
create a clear record, since you proposed new language, you're okay with not adding your language and second the motion as written?
Yes.
Okay.
And before Trustee Hall continues, JJ, one of the many reasons why we value you so much, could you possibly restate the motion with that additional change we made about returning with the recommended action?
Motion I have is to continue item 2.14 to the April 22nd agenda to include directing the superintendent to continue discussions with impacted staff, provide clarity and answer follow-up questions, and return with recommended action.
All right. And so on that note, Trustee Hull.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So my question is, because admin is, the admin pool is open right now, and we know that the assistant principal pool is going to be opening very soon. And this would be the opportunity for those 19 people to potentially transfer into that if this motion was to move forward at the next meeting. Would this be their only opportunity to transfer into an assistant principal or a principal position? Or what would that look like if they were in the technical association, but then wanted to be a principal and have an admin? Is that possible for them to then go back later on and decide that they wanted to do that? Does that make sense?
Yes, I will answer it, and you can. No. Okay.
Hold on, we're getting when. All right, so just receiving some feedback on that. The item is exclusively around whether or not we find the community of interest and not so much what the opportunities would be. There's a finding that this would be outside of what the actual agenda item is, like we were just saying with Trustee Westlake. So we'll bring it back here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no lights on, we have a motion by Vice President Mayberry and a second by Trustee Westlake. I'm not going to make JJ read it again because I think she did a pretty good job the first time. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much, team. All right, that closes item 2.14 and closes out section 2 in its entirety. We will move on now to section 3. These are our finance items. And we have one item for today. This is item 3.01. Oh, I might just break my record that I just set. This is the presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve the district's fiscal year 2025-26 tentative budget for all district funds to include staff recommendations in the following areas. 1, initial district-wide options to reduce the budget deficit, including ending of other post-employment benefits, OPEB, trust fund contributions, ending of the Medicaid payment to the state, rebasing of department budgets, and defunding of stormwater utility fees. 2, changes related to the academic area organizational assessment previously conducted, including position conversions, creation of new positions, the transfer of positions to the general fund, and position reductions. And 3, additional staff recommendations regarding budget requests related to funding of PBS Reno, additional special education and transportation positions, additional construction management and project coordinator positions, and funding of a tuition reimbursement program for certain certifications and endorsements. This is an item for possible action. And we have our all-star lineup. Again, we welcome our HR Chief, Doug Owen, our Chief Financial Officer, Mark Mathers, and Jeff Bozzo, our Budget Director.
Great. Thank you very much, Madam President, trustees. We'll get right into it. When we're in a year in which the legislature meets, we're always confronted by kind of an awkward situation in that state law requires us to submit our tentative budget to the state on or before April 15th, and yet we know there's a lot to happen yet in the legislative session. Again, we've talked about how the Economic Forum will re-meet in May to update revenue projections for the state budget. We're certainly seeing a flurry of bills go through the legislature that would affect the district. And then also staff will be continues to analyze a number of issues. We've addressed a number of board requests for information, but we still have more to do. And so there's a lot of work yet to be done. So we always kind of joke how the tentative budget in legislative years really is tentative. But that's where we're at. We have to approve a tentative budget and submit it to the state. That's a state requirement. And so here we are before you. We do have a fair amount of progress we've made, but again, lots more to come. And as always, we frame decisions and the analysis.
Chief Mathers, really
Yes.
quick, what day is the Economic Forum? Just so we can all mark it in our calendar.
It's the first week in May. It's usually around May 5th. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. This board and the superintendent laid out its strategic priorities for the fiscal year 26 budget, and that always frames what we do and the analysis we do in considering budget requests from departments or schools. And as we look at board requests as well, a request really does need to line up with one of these 6 priorities. And if it doesn't, unfortunately, it falls into the second kind of tier requests. And with the deficit we face, that probably means they don't move forward. But this is always something, again, we align to, and we've included it here for future reference. So we last met in late February, and hope you had a nice spring break. And so here we are in the budget process, and to remind you of where we sit, the governor's recommended budget included funding for school districts, and we've received now information on a school district level such that for the next fiscal year 26, our base per pupil funding, this is for the general education of all of our students that goes into our general fund, remains the same. There is a $0 increase in that per pupil number between the current fiscal year and next fiscal year. As we've talked about, that therefore wouldn't include any inflation that we're going to see in the coming year. It wouldn't include, it wouldn't allow us to cover step increases, merit increases for our personnel, nor other compensation increases unless we take certain actions to address kind of our pending deficit. Yes, ma'am.
So, Chief Mathers, does the governor or the legislature or NDE, do they understand the deficit that we're in as a result of these funding decisions? Is there, I guess, here's my question, is there a mechanism through which we share with these decision makers that as a result of this, for example, the Washoe County School District will be in a deficit of X? Is there any feedback loop so that they understand this?
There are periodic calls of school district chief financial officers and the Department of Ed. There are several touch points with the interim finance committee, including one tomorrow night, at which the superintendent, myself, and Doug will speak to. I wish there were a little bit more formal processes at the legislature for school districts to report on the impact of the state budget on their operations. Again, we have those kind of touch points at which we can convey our concerns, and we have and will continue to do so. But there's not a statutory process laid out for us to do that.
I appreciate it. Just being one trustee, I would encourage us to use every channel and avenue we can to just factually and objectively report that with this levels of funding, speaking on behalf of ourselves, we are looking at a deficit into the millions of dollars, simply so that it's eyes wide open and then no one is surprised later.
Yes.
That's just one trustee's opinion.
Yes, ma'am. And then, so fiscal year 26, again, we have no increase in our base per pupil amount. For fiscal year 27, we have a $71 per pupil increase, which is less than a 1% increase. So we talked about on February 25th how this lays out a huge challenge for the district, both for the coming fiscal year, but also 2 years down the road as well. And so as a result of that, of those per pupil amounts, again, we start our budget process with a $9.7 million estimated deficit. That basically just carries out the per pupil number that we've been told we will get based on projected enrollment, certain other revenues there, and then compare that to our costs, and applying known factors to our costs that include, for instance, merit increases, health insurance increases, utilities increases, and so forth. So with that as our backdrop, we are coming to you today with a number of partial solutions to that preliminary deficit in certain other areas. Unfortunately, increased costs that we'll have to also find a way to cover. And so for the first section that we have for you today, we are asking for you to take action on these items. These are incorporated in the tentative budget that was part of your packet. And I would characterize these kind of solutions or recommendations as kind of financial engineering. What we're doing here is taking a look at our liabilities, seeing if we can leverage other funds to cover those liabilities, or we become aware of changes that are, in this case, to our benefit. These do tally up to a little bit more than $4 million, so that's great. We will continue to scour our budget and come up with other financial engineering ideas to present to you in May and in June. So this isn't the end of it, but this is the work we've completed to date and are ready to present to you. And Jeff and I will split these items and explain each of them here in the next few minutes. So the first...
Yeah. Are you okay?
So the first item here is looking at our other post-employment benefit contributions, or what's called OPEB contributions. These are payments made to former employees who retired a number of years ago. Roughly 10 years ago, we used to cover part of their health insurance costs when you retired from the district. And then based on the financial difficulties really of all governments, most governments have closed the drawbridge on that. Not all, but most have ceased providing for these kind of retirement benefits. But we did provide them back in the day, and for those employees, those retirees, we still contractually must cover those costs. So we've been contributing monies every year to the OPEB trust fund. It's an irrevocable trust to pay for those future benefits. Last year, we consulted with our actuary to do a closer, deeper examination of the costs. And OPEB costs kind of come into two categories. There are hard costs. They're actual cash outflows, in this case, to pay for health insurance subsidies for those retirees. So we do subsidize the health insurance costs of those employees, whether they participate in the state's Public Employees Benefits Program, PEB, or whether they get their health insurance directly from us. They get subsidies that generally can amount up to 40% of their health insurance costs, in some cases higher than that. Those are hard costs, cash outflows we do have to pay. Every month we're paying those costs. Then there are actuarially determined costs. These are very technical actuarial concepts where there's no cash outflow, but an actuary has to calculate them. So we did a deep dive on the hard outflows that we make. We compared it to what we have put aside and earned. State law allows us to invest that OPEB trust fund in the stock market. And so we've seen really strong returns over the last 10 years. And so when we compared those actual hard cash outflows to what we have banked and seen returns on, we actually are slightly overfunded in terms of covering those future liabilities based on actuarial assumptions, based on assumed health insurance increases over time and so forth. And so what we decided to do was defease those future liabilities by matching off future subsidy payments with U.S. Treasury bonds so that we could lock away that money. We took our chips mostly off the stock market table. This was well before recent events.
If you're looking for a side hustle, I might have some accounts you could look at.
So, our timing was really good. So we are, again, have enough assets in that trust fund to cover future liabilities, again, based on actuarial assumptions. And that means we no longer have to contribute to the OPEB trust fund. And so our current general fund obligation is a little less than $1.5 million. So our recommendation is if we're overfunded, we don't have to fund any more. Let's stop doing it. I know that was pretty technical, but basically, again, we've got more assets than we do liabilities. And so there's no need to continue to spend out of the general fund to pay for those costs.
Vice President Mayberry, I believe Trustee Hall has a question as well, if we could pull her up.
Oh, no, I don't. I'm good.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And Vice President Mayberry.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just curious, can you tell us what employees or job classifications are still receiving these benefits?
There are there's a small sliver of current employees who have worked for the district more than 30 years in the WESP unit that I believe when they retire would qualify. Very small amount of employees. Most of the employees we're talking about retired 10 years ago. So the collective bargaining agreements with those units said you had to have retired by a certain date to qualify for these benefits. And if you retire after that date, you do not get a health insurance subsidy. And so that included certified, classified, and ProTech employees. But again, we no longer offer that benefit.
And is there a number, a ballpark number of what's the total of employees?
It's roughly 7,000 employees. Yeah, but it's a closed system. We know who those employees are, and we know their liabilities.
So as they move on and go forward, and that number will dissipate, obviously.
It does. It's a decreasing annual liability. Yes, it is, sir. Yes. Okay, that covers OPEB. I know this is a scintillating topic. We thought we'd start with a really exciting one first. Secondly, we as you know, we provide services to special education students that are eligible for the Medicaid program, and we're able to, after we document those services and cost those services out, we can bill the state against Medicaid, who then bills the federal government for those costs. And so every month we're, again, isolating those costs and providing an invoice to the state. Heretofore, the state would shave off 34% of the Medicaid bills that we would forward to them. That was their cut. No real rhyme or reason that I ever heard for that in particular. So, how it worked is for every $1 of services for Medicaid eligible students we provided, we got 66 cents back. Medicaid, that program had some issues. We talked to the state about them, and the state then informed us that they would no longer collect their 34 cents per dollar charge from any local entity. And so by virtue of that change, now we get $1 reimbursement for $1 of services provided, and that'll generate close to 1.2 million in additional Medicaid revenues, which decreases the amount of support the general fund has to provide to cover those costs. So a nice, unexpected change to our benefit. And with that, I will turn it over to Jeff to cover the last two items. Oh.
Sorry, thank you. I don't believe in gifts from the government, so.
You don't?
No.
Okay.
So, in your best sense, why did the state say, oh, we don't want your money anymore?
It was a really interesting deal. The state either was subject to an audit or conducted an audit of the program, and there were real issues in how they operated this part of the program, and we had a feisty conversation over Teams, and I think just there were enough issues and questions about the state's administration of this program, if you will, that they decided to stop collecting this fee. Yep.
Okay, moving on to department budget rebasing. So this is something we do on an annual basis, which is review the historical spending levels of department budgets with the intention of, if a department is consistently underspending their budget, that we can take the amount that they are consistently underspending their budget by to repurpose for other uses, or when we're in a deficit situation, reduce those budgets to help reduce or offset the deficit, but without directly impacting any services currently being provided. So we did that analysis again this year across all departments, and we found just under $1.2 million of department budgets that could be rebased to help offset the general fund deficit.
On this one, I specifically had a couple questions about assessment, and I was wondering if this could be further impacted, maybe not in this budget year, but going forward, if the Nevada Department of Education reconsiders the use of iReady versus MAPS, how that could possibly factor into this.
Thank you for the question. So iReady is currently funded out of ESSER funding through FY26. So what we're doing here is rebasing the assessment budget down to just roughly $160,000 that's needed for non-iReady testing for the high school level. If the state were to approve iReady and also pay for it, then we wouldn't have a general fund impact after FY26. However, if we're on the hook for the iReady costs, then we would need to bring that back to the general fund in the FY27 budget.
And I see Dr. Parks. Not all superheroes wear capes, Dr. Parks. That's where you come in.
I don't know about that. Yes, for the record, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer. I did want to provide an update because it's very relevant to our budget situation. At the state level Board of Trustees, they are on hold for adopting iReady in the name of Read by Grade 3. And my understanding is they did not take a vote on it. They went through an RFP process, and it is with NDE Board of Trustees right now. They left it at that they were going to be revisiting it at a future meeting. And the important part about that is they're not meeting again until May 15th, as we understand it. We have reached out to iReady under our budget circumstances, trying to get an estimate that if we were to adopt iReady at the state level, what impact that might have on our current outflow for iReady. We're hoping to hear back, but at this point, we don't have an estimate, but I'd be glad to share that with Superintendent Ernst as soon as we have an estimate about what that impact might be.
That's great, and that's fingers crossed on that. I trust that we are championing and advocating for this.
I believe that's how we got to that point, and we are anxiously awaiting the decision at the state board. So, but yes, we are champions of, yes, we would like for NDE to foot part of that bill.
Thank you so much.
Moving on to the next section is the stormwater utility fee. So the city of Reno had proposed this over the last several years, and the cost to us would have been $280,000. That's to the general fund. We budgeted this cost the last 2 fiscal years, but right now it looks like the city has discontinued their proposal of the fee. So therefore, we're deleting the $280,000 from the budget, since it doesn't look like that fee will come back anytime soon. I'll hand it over to our Chief Human Resources Officer, Doug Owen, for the next section.
Good afternoon again. Doug Owen, for the record, Chief HR Officer. So this is the academic area organizational assessment that was completed, and it is for possible action. It is included in the numbers in the tentative budget that is being proposed. You're all familiar with this organizational design. This was presented on January 28th by Superintendent Ernst, which did a marvelous job. I'm just going to cover 2 brief items here around the update, which was focused on adding in investing in resources for our strategic plan and those priorities that Mark showed at the beginning, especially around special education, operational efficiency, and academic excellence. So you'll see some of those changes on the next few slides here. This first one here is around additions and conversions to support special ed and early childhood. There was previously a special ed administrator that was stationed out at Cold Springs, pretty much dedicated there. We've decided to add an assistant principal job at Cold Springs so that the special education administrator could go back and do a special education administrator's job and be available in those ranks. The second piece here, we had a long vacant coordinator role that hadn't been filled, and we've converted that to a special ed operations coordinator role under Jen Van Tress's organization. The third one is around our teaching and learning specialists. This was an effort to convert 2 positions. We currently have 3, and each one of them support 2 grades plus pre-K. And so we've converted that, so now we have 5. The goal eventually being in future stages to get 1 teaching and learning specialist for every grade level, including pre-K. So we're closer, we're at 5 instead of 3, but we will get there hopefully in future years. And then finally, we had a vacant executive assistant role, which we've converted to an admin assistant and saved a little bit of money on that. A lot of changes in the student services organization, and this is around improving absenteeism and academic achievement. So you'll see the cost increase here. This was an investment of moving individuals that were previously grant funded into the general fund. So you can see those individuals there. Those roles are the same as they were. We've just moved them from grant funding into general funding. The key piece here, I think, on the student services side is we see this as a critical need to keep our students engaged and really address absenteeism. So kudos to the work that this team does. You hear from them often on Milestones and Momentum, but I'm really glad to see investments here. And then finally, by reevaluating some of the strategic investments and where we need to spend some money, there's several reductions that are involved in here. Some of those are duplicative in roles, so you might have a couple of secretaries where you could do that position with 1, but eventually it does end up saving about $1.1 million by removing some of those roles. And then the summary slide really sums up the number of reductions as well as the conversions and the investment in the student services group. So overall, year over year would be a $535,000 savings that you see there from last year to this coming year.
So on this, I just want to take a moment and recognize and thank our superintendent for initiating this. I know in your first year in service in this role, something that you have been focused on is how we are orienting ourselves for the modern education experience our families and our children need, but also doing it in the most efficient and effective way. And so I just wanted to recognize that this is the outcome of your work, is potentially adding more roles, keeping things streamlined, and still clocking in at a savings. And so I just want you to know that this is something that we recognize and we really appreciate. If you have any comments on that, and then we'll go to Dr. Nicolette.
Thank you, President Smith. I appreciate that acknowledgement. Of course, our team has worked really hard to work with our chiefs to identify efficiencies and areas of opportunity. We continue to do so, and this is work that we think is important, not just for the short term of Washoe County School District, but for the long-term stability of Washoe County School District. And this is work that maybe has been tabled over the years. And I believe that as we all continue to work this through together, there's continued opportunities. And as we realize those opportunities, we'll gain efficiencies, gain savings, and do better for our students.
That's always the strategy, isn't it? Thank you for that. And I agree. Thank you for all this hard work. I do have a question. Just having come off of 2.14 and the nuances of communication and maybe job descriptions, when we looked at the position reductions, and I don't want to get into the weeds, I just want an understanding of how the communication, I guess, evolved, and how there'll be maybe some rewriting of job descriptions, giving there's some new responsibilities embedded into current positions.
Yeah, sure thing. Doug Owen again for the record. The communication really started, I think, in a lot of collaboration with the chiefs that were in charge of these different units. So Dr. Troy Parks, who was up here, Jen Ventress, Paula Marca, and of course Tiffany McMaster, our deputy superintendent, and Joe Ernst. And so we spent a lot of time crafting that communication and explaining to each individual. We actually met with every individual in person, both the chief and the direct leader, to explain to them, hey, this is what the potential job looks like in the future, and then any potential reduction and what that meant for them individually. So we spent quite a bit of time crafting that and having those conversations in December, January timeframe before, of course, this went to the board in late January.
As far as enveloping new responsibilities within positions, that's just going to be seamless?
Well, with all change, there are some hurdles, of course, but there is a good transitionary time right now from January through the end of June. So those positions aren't reduced until July 1. And so there's quite a bit of time to transfer knowledge as necessary.
Thank you, and yeah, thanks for your work. Before we leave the SPED piece, I just want to say, and this is just a comment, it's not a question, no response is needed, but I talked to the superintendent a little bit about this yesterday as well. Just as we go forward, as we look at these coordinators, these specialists, these additions in that role, there's some specialties in SPED that are important. I think that at times may not get as much attention as they should, as deaf of heart and hearing and sight impaired students. So please keep those divisions in mind as you pursue this work. Thank you. Okay.
On that compliment, I will give another compliment. As far as the academic reorganization, investing in improving absenteeism and academic achievement, I'm really thrilled to know that we've moved some very important work. What work isn't important, but some very important work into the general fund as opposed to grant funding. I think that's a wonderful move.
And the reason why, I mean, for everybody who's watching, can you explain why? Because they may wonder why that's so important. I know why, but do you want to explain why?
Simply, I will explain why, is moving it into the general fund makes it more permanent. Nothing is 100% assurance, but it makes it more permanent. It makes it easier. I would like to, is Dr. Lamarck is still here. It makes it easier to plan. It makes it easier to be strategic, to look at a future vision and make the things happen for our students and our staff and families that we know we should be doing. And so to that, it just makes life a little more comfortable.
If I can add to that, sorry, Doug Owen again. I think Dr. Lamarca did a fantastic job supporting the advocacy of those. And from a staff perspective, the certainty that you have a job in the next year, that you're not pending a grant application, retains really high qualified individuals in a position year over year, which of course recruit and retain high quality talent is yet another priority for us.
Thank you, President Smith. So I apologize, I don't remember myself, but I think it'd be a great reminder of how many positions that we did this last year. I know we moved over other positions into a permanent funding. So what are we up to now, including these? We're on a good track.
You keep asking historical questions, and we'll get back to you on it. It was some multiple of that for sure. It was millions of dollars of positions that we shifted out of grant funded, out of grants into the general fund. I'll just have to get back to you on that. I think it's more than that.
Yeah, I think it's more than that.
Yeah.
Again, looking into a crystal ball that we didn't know we needed, Chief Mathers.
Yes, that's for sure.
Was this you?
Yeah, great job.
So the next section we'll get into are the additional staff budget recommendations, and these are for possible action today. Each of these requests were deemed the most critical out of the requests made by staff and are up for recommendation today. So the first item we have here is academic achievement through PBS Reno. So we've paid approximately $125,000 each year for the last several years to PBS Reno out of ESSER funding to provide academic programming that's integrated with STEM and various other activities that serve as pre-K through fourth grade. ESSER funding is ending, so the request here is to shift the cost to the general fund and offset the entire cost by reductions to the superintendent's current general fund operating budget.
And I wanted to also point out to my colleagues, you may notice that this slide is slightly different than the one that was originally available. This is now in Diligent, and it was in response to questions from the public and also trustees to clarify what PBS Reno is doing in this capacity and exactly what those services are. Thank you.
The next item is special education requests. The first item here is $30,000 to increase the strategies curriculum due to the increasing number of students with strategies IEP. The next request is to increase the number of occupational therapists to meet minimum caseloads, and the same thing with the next item, which is increase the number of speech language pathologists to meet minimum caseloads. So this is based off our most recent enrollment in both areas divided by the maximum caseload, and these are the allocations that are needed. In total, these special education requests are $765,000. Keeping with special education, this one is specifically around transportation. So if you'll recall at the February 25th work session, there was a chart that showed the dramatic increase in the number of special ed students, and our transportation department has been squeezed in needing to provide transportation to many of those students. So this request is for 13 bus driver positions with the repurposing of 3 bus drivers positions from innovations for a net total of 10 bus driver positions. So with the repurposing of the innovations drivers, that was a request last year's budget cycle, but we've seen low ridership and it hasn't improved chronic absenteeism at innovations. So the idea here is to repurpose those, but to continue support to innovations, this proposal has a re-engagement specialist position that could transport some students using a van to the school. And during the hours where they are not transporting students, they can work directly with students on addressing chronic absenteeism. Yes.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you. I was the one who brought forth the need for transportation to innovations, and I'll tell you, it was really breaking my heart to not have that for those kids, because they really are just clinging on. And I am just so grateful that you guys are coming up with an alternative for those kids, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes, staff did a good job of finding alternative solutions for it. So the total cost of this proposal here for the special education transportation and adding the re-engagement specialist to innovations is $785,000. I will pass it off to Mark to talk about tuition reimbursement program.
Yeah, I get the happier, I guess, or whatever, news. One of the proposals that the executive team has looked at is, rather than kind of a pure bonus program, is paying for the tuition costs for our teachers to get specialized certifications or endorsements in the areas listed on that slide. We know that our SIP program has vacancies, and we know there's a hurdle there, there's a barrier there, in that you are required to get a number of additional college credits, units, to qualify for that certification, and it not only takes money, it takes time. Well, at least we can do something about the money. And so the idea here is to reimburse teachers who want to go into the SIP program, STRAT program, or to get a GT endorsement. We've talked about GT for many, many years, and that's a pretty cost-effective way to support our GT students. So the proposal that we'd like to present to you that is incorporated in the tentative budget is to provide full reimbursement for teachers going into those programs with the intent that they would then become teachers in those areas. We've provided a cost estimate. It can be higher than that, but I don't think the intention is to have any caps to it. It's basically, cost will vary based on the university you attend. But this is important, and speaks to certainly Doug's area in terms of recruiting and retaining high quality staff. And these are, again, critical vacancies. The idea here is to use our fund balance, because these are one-time costs. This would be a 2-year program, which is basically how long it takes to get these certifications. And we'd fund that one-time cost out of a one-time source of fund balance. And again, we're happy to see as many applications as we can get in that area, and so we've roughly estimated up to 400,000, but if it's more than that, great.
You don't say that often.
No, I don't.
This is great. This is exactly the kind of creative thinking that I think you've heard from this board, and wanting to help our educators be able to teach in these new areas, but keeping that financial barrier as low as possible. So this is great, and I think you've heard a lot from this body about this, and so it's really pleasing to see in the presentation.
Great. And it's, kudos to Doug and his team for sure for, strategizing about this and coming up with this proposal. So I got to speak to it, but, okay. Our next item is capital projects request. This is a non-general fund request, but as you know, the level of work on our capital improvement program has increased significantly since WC1 and continues to escalate up with the facilities modernization plan. We have tended to contract out for construction management based on kind of, again, the pacing of projects. Our Adam Searcy and his team have been pushed to see if we can do that internally with in-house forces. So we are budgeting 4 new positions at a cost of $453,000 to do a lot of this work in-house. And this will be a challenge to attract and to retain this labor in this area, but we're going to make a push to do it. That will save significant costs versus outsourcing that function. And so we think it's a very cost-effective approach. We'll do our best to, accomplish that over the next year or two. Again, not a general fund item, but, incorporated into the total budget for the district.
I really like this idea. Anytime I look at something for our facilities, I wonder, can we have our own internal people? And I really like this idea, and I hope that you have the same attitude with this one as, well, if it's a little more, it'll be worth it.
Yeah, we're still going to save money.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So in conclusion, again, the total cost of the 3 general fund ongoing items is $1.55 million. So this kind of goes backwards. We're going to have to cover this cost. And I would characterize those 2 significant costs of roughly $750,000 each as really non-discretionary. We have to support our special education students ethically by law. And so this is just a cost that will be factored into the budget that we'll have to identify savings to cover in future meetings. This slide gives you a summary of all of the items that we've presented to you. And, in terms of which strategic priorities those align to. In some cases, there's more than one. You can see we've focused very much on special education, early childhood, and English learners. But all, other areas as well, doing what we can with the limited resources we have. So just to update you then on where we stand and what the tentative budget shows. Again, we started off with a general fund deficit of $9.669 million. We identified solution at $4.12 million in solutions to reduce the deficit. With the academic assessment that Doug and his team led, that's an additional $535,000 in savings, so roughly $4.6 million in savings against the $9.7 million deficit. But then again, in the special education area, we have to fund $1.55 million of costs. So total net reduction of the deficit today of $3.1 million, resulting in an updated general fund deficit of $6.6 million. Again, we are working hard to develop solutions for the remainder here. We will be coming to you. Unfortunately, the decisions get harder and harder as we move through the process, but we will come back to you to try to address this deficit. But this is where we stand as of today. And so unless there are any other questions, the next section of our presentation concerns those board requests that you made in both meetings in February for additional analysis. Jeff's really going to do the heavy lifting since this is focused primarily on the allocations questions you had. We are not asking for action on these items. These, again, are responding to your request for information, so you're armed with this information going forward, again, later in the budget process. So, again, we're just presenting the information to you. If you need any clarity about what we've provided, please feel free to ask, but we're not looking for any decisions today, and we didn't incorporate any of the possible changes related to this analysis in the tentative budget.
Thanks, Mark. So the first part here related to allocations are the spring and summer adjustments. So this is where in the spring and summer we're monitoring enrollment compared to the school's projected enrollment to try to address the need for additional allocations in advance of school. We have been using a parameter of 10 students over the trigger point. And so you asked us to review that to look to see if there's a lower threshold that we could use. So we looked at 79 individual situations where a school was 1 or more students over the trigger point over the last 3 springs and summers. And when we looked at that, what we saw was, currently there's an 80% success rate where that school, or where we hand out the allocation, the school actually has the enrollment to keep it at count day. And this is sorry, let me back up for a second. This is the average number of occurrences per year, not total, over the 3-year period. So we looked at these other thresholds, like, okay, can we lower the parameter, still maintain that higher success rate, and also limit overages when we get to count day? So our recommendation would be to lower the trigger point to 7 students over the trigger point rather than 10. That keeps the 78% success rate, but minimizes the average number of overages that would occur to around 3. Moving on to the mid-year allocations, the request here was to increase the frequency of the mid-year allocation review process. So our recommended change is to review enrollment every 2 weeks starting in October through the end of November in order to address any mid-year allocations that might be triggered in the fall semester. The next item was looking at how self-contained students are counted in general education teacher calculations. If you recall, the formula works with you take the total enrollment in a grade level, reduce the number of students by 0.75 of the total self-contained students, and then you use the net enrollment to calculate how many general education teachers are needed for that grade. So we looked at, again here, different options, reducing that 0.75 by 0.25 increments, because as we back that out of the calculation, the net enrollment increases, and therefore the number of general ed allocation teachers needed increases. So there is a cost to any changes in these items. So here, if we were to reduce it to 0.5, it would require 9 additional general education teachers at a cost of $900,000. It's about $1 million for every 0.25 you decrease that by to get down to 0.
I appreciate the way that you've broken this down, all of these to this point. It makes it very clear when we get to the point where we can start looking at these things, exactly what the implications are, rather than having ideas and coming back. So this was incredibly well thought out. On that note here, I don't know what will be possible, but this is an area where I am hoping that there is an opportunity to find some advancement with. But I know that those conversations are forthcoming. Superintendent Ernst.
Thank you, President Smith. Thank you, Mr. Mathers, Mr. Basel, for the presentation. Really well organized, making a lot of information comprehensive and understandable for all of us. Another aspect that I really like about the table here is not just the cost, but the allocations themselves. As we continue to look at a school district at our overall vacancy rates, it's important that we continue to remember the actual allocations and the teachers being able to fill those positions. And so I really can appreciate that you've got the cost and the allocation as it helps us think things through in total. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. So I agree, we're having vacancies, but I can't help but think if our employees see that we are really trying to help with their workload and we're really looking deeply and efficiently and intently on what the stressors are for having over this many students in a classroom, I just can't help but feel if they see that we're really trying to work on that I think we'll make headway in getting individuals attracted. They're not going to see themselves being thrown to the lions, that we're really thinking of their mental and emotional well-being in working in a classroom where a child is only counted as a quarter of a student, and that 1/4 of a student might actually have the needs of 2 students, and the work for the teacher of some of the quarter of our students, that the kids that have so many needs, that the effort is really 2 students worth. So I really appreciate this. I hope we can do something. Something's better than nothing. So thank you.
Thank you. The next allocation request was to look at reducing kindergarten through 3rd grade class sizes from the current, reducing maximum class sizes from the current level to what our current district-wide ratio is in each grade. I'll just skip to the next slide here. So the headline here is if we did that for kindergarten through 3rd grade, it would require 146 new teacher allocations at a cost of $14.6 million. So just to explain this table a little bit, so if we look at kindergarten, we have the ratio in law, the state historically funded ratio, the current district-wide ratio, and then the max class size ratio. So again, kindergarten, if we look at the max class size ratio, currently is 25. If we were to get down to the district-wide ratio of around 20, that would require 40 teachers at a cost of $4 million. And then those would be the 2 columns, the current max class size to the requested max class size for each of those grade levels. Are there any questions on the slide?
I just have one, just more of a comment. Thank you for explaining that. So when we talk about what it's going to cost for the reducing, these classrooms and the teachers, it's going to cost us money to do so. And yes, we want to do that, and we want to really try the best that we can. But I thank you for explaining this and having it listed so that the public can also see that, hey, we are trying, and this is what it's going to cost. Yes, we do want to do that, and we're doing the best that we can. So I appreciate you for this simple, easy kind of understand chart. Thank you.
Thank you. Continuing on the subject of class sizes and allocations, this table here shows options or considerations for various changes to kindergarten through 5th grade class sizes. So again, if we focus on kindergarten and we show the current max class size of 25, the columns to the right show if we were to increase class size by +1, +2, +3 students, or the other direction of reducing class size by 1, 2, or 3 students, what the impact would be to the number of teachers that would be needed, and also the cost or savings that would result in that change. Again, these are potential options as we look at class size throughout the budget process.
So with this, and then also with the slide that you have on right now, honestly, you've exceeded every expectation that I had with showing us an analysis of this, so that we're, like I say often, eyes wide open, what we intend to do, what things cost, what we maybe have the money to do, where we could start, and also on the next slide, which is the slide that you have up here, what it would be to continue, like we did make those initial decisions for 4th and 5th grade in 1- and 2-star schools. What would it look like if we grew it to 3-star schools? When the time comes, you've just done an incredible job of showing us these options. In the event we have any funding to do some targeted work with our scalpel, you have absolutely created a roadmap for us to do that.
Thank you.
Ditto.
Thank you. The last thing I'll say on this slide here, since we've kind of talked about it, on the previous slide, if we want to change class sizes in elementary school, there's cost to that. But if we were to look at smoothing out the maximum class size across kindergarten through third grade and keep it close to a net zero cost, the max class size in each grade could be adjusted to 22. So that's also something to consider as we continue through the budget process. Okay. Moving to the next topic, we had a request to look at conducting a fiscal analysis for reducing walk zones for high school students. So the current high school walk zone is 3 miles. If we were to reduce it to 2.5 miles, we would need 14 bus drivers at a cost of $1 million. And if we reduced it to 2 miles, 22 bus drivers would be needed at a cost of $1.6 million. So again, cost to these ideas here. There is a strong chance that RTC transportation could be available for all WCSD students next school year, which could help with this issue, but I know there's still some things to be worked out and more updates to come on that. And the last request here, oh, sorry.
Sorry, I just was thinking in my head, does anybody know what the cost is to ride RTC, either what a monthly pass, I don't know how they do it, if it's a pass or what a daily fee is. Does anybody know that?
I'm sorry, I don't know that.
Nobody?
Number.
Any idea? Well, there,
Oh.
our hero.
I see Mr. Lee coming up.
Scott Lee, Director of Transportation. I believe they're $1.50 a piece is what we pay for them.
All right, moving on to the last board request. It was to conduct a fiscal analysis on the needs of the internal audit department. Business staff met with the chief internal auditor to discuss the levels of staffing and current needs. And based on that review of the current workloads, the chief internal auditor retracted the request, but we might evaluate workload in future years and look at other options based on future workloads. And lastly here, that's not all the requests that you had. We will come back to you later in the budget process for an analysis on reducing the ending fund balance from 12% and the impacts on the budget, an analysis on compensation hours, benefits for all aides and assistants in special education, general ed, and EL programs, and then lastly, an analysis on compensating student teachers. So we're still working through those, and we'll come back in the budget process with more information there. And with that, I'll hand it over to Mark to discuss the next steps.
Okay, I think you're all aware, and we've talked about next steps. We continue to do pretty deep budget analysis. You know, you've obviously seen the work done to date. We're getting there. We're getting. There may be further cost increases. There certainly will be further options for reducing costs. Again, our intent is to provide options to get us to a balanced budget. We will again see what happens in the legislature over the next 2 months as we pass the midway point. So a lot of work still to be done. We're right now focused on, you know, that analysis, but also the internal communication, right? We want to make sure it's vetted. We talk to affected parties, and so that's kind of where we're at currently. But we'll come back to you again on all of the remaining items that you've asked us to look into. And so, again, our superintendent recommendation, you can see it here before you. I know it's a long one. We talked about each of those 3 components. They're all built in currently in the tentative budget, and so we're asking for your approval of those items, which include the district-wide options we outlined at the beginning of the presentation to reduce the budget deficit, roughly $4 million in cost savings there. Second item was the section Doug presented on with a net cost savings of a little over $500,000. And then the third item we just completed, which was related to some additional costs we need to fund, most of them, well, all of them non-discretionary, with PBS Reno, us internally funding that at a net zero cost, as well as certain changes or additional positions in our capital improvement program and funding of a tuition reimbursement program. So again, happy to answer any questions about what you've seen or going forward, but those are our recommendations to complete the tentative budget process.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mathers, I just want to state this is the first time I've ever seen a budget that was focused on debt reduction and yet still showed new offers, opportunities, especially for special education. So I just want to express our gratitude. We really appreciate it. You guys are very creative, and we're grateful for that. The fact that, just the fact that you were able to work the stock market, that was amazing. So thank you.
I would like to make a motion.
I will love for that after we go to public comment. So we've had the opportunity to ask lots of great questions. So I think we're good because we've all had the time to talk while we did it through it, which, by the way, is the way to do it on something this big because it doesn't make sense to go back to 40 minutes ago. So let's go to public comment now and see if anyone from our community wants to weigh in.
Nancy Maldonado, Kurt Mishney, and Emma Glenn from PBS Reno.
All right. Are you coming up as a team?
We can. I'll be the speaker, though.
Okay. Welcome, all of you. Welcome, team from PBS Reno.
Hello. Do you start the clock? Okay. So Superintendent Ernst, President Smith, Board of Trustees, and district leadership. I'm Nancy Maldonado, Vice President of Education at PBS Reno. With me is Kurt Misha, our CEO President, and Emma Glenn, Vice President of Development. PBS Reno is essential and responsive to our community, much like Washoe County School District. Besides having 3 broadcast channels and many online platforms, we do important work in the schools. Our Curiosity Classroom workshops are offered to all preschool through 4th grade classes in all 67 Washoe County School District elementary schools. Over 5,200 workshops were delivered to over 105,000 duplicated student participants in Washoe County classrooms during the 23-24 school year. These STEM-based workshops correlate with Nevada content standards. The $125,000 that we are asking for is only 1/5 of the total cost for providing Curiosity Classroom workshops in the 67 elementary schools. That cost is over $537,000. Curiosity Classroom workshops align with the school district's strategic plan goals, number 1, 4, and 5, as well as building strong partnerships among families, communities, and schools. The Curiosity Classroom program offers developmentally appropriate STEM learning to early learners, helping students meet or exceed academic expectations and preparing them for lifelong success. But that's not all we do. Currently, PBS Reno Reading Buddies kits are in 12 school district elementary schools with over 1,300 student participants. Our annual writers contest, we received 3,206 entries from across northern Nevada. 2,819 of those were from K through 3rd grade students here in Washoe County. PBS Reno has been working with Parent University for 15 years, offering family engagement workshops. This school year, 15 family engagement workshops will be presented for an estimated 800 participants. Additionally, we present multiple after-school events such as Literacy Night and STEAM events. This school year, 10 activity nights for an estimated 2,000 participants will be delivered. Beginning this month, PBS Reno supports 6 kindergarten open houses happening around the district to welcome incoming kindergartners and their families to local schools. Many other services are provided for Washoe County School District, including on-air school attendance, public service announcements, and holiday high school choir programs. Most of you have experienced the value of the workshops firsthand. We were fortunate to receive the ESSER funds, which allowed us to expand to all 67 schools. But with the removal of these funds...
I'm sorry, I have to, but we can pass it along to another person to finish. We'll just have to have you fill out a card. But absolutely, keep going.
I left off. We were fortunate.
All right.
And I don't mean to do that, Ms. Maldonado, but I have to hold everybody to their time.
That's fine.
I stuttered.
Most of you have experienced the value of these workshops firsthand. You've seen us in action. We received the ESSER funds, as Nancy said, and that allowed us to expand all 67 Washoe County School District elementary schools. With the removal of those funds, unfortunately, we had to reduce the number of workshops that we do in each school from 6 to 4 per classroom, and that reduces the experimental STEM workshops and that whole education process and the robots for thousands of students. So this funding request represents a really critical partnership opportunity for all of us to work together and to further demonstrate your commitment, the district's commitment, to continued equitable, engaging STEM education, and recognize the value of community partnerships with us at PBS Reno. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Michie. Thank you so much, Ms. Maldonado. We appreciate your partnership very much. And shortly we'll be hearing more about that.
Yes, and I'll grab a card and fill it out.
Pablo Nava-Duran.
Welcome, Mr. Nava-Duran.
Okay. Here we go. Okay, so I'm ready. So, hello, my name is Paul Natuan, and thank you for hardworking, Ms. Matter, so for showing up the budget, what the presentation, reducing high school walk zone look like, because you asked it for reduce a walk zone from 3 miles to 2 miles or 2.5 miles to decrease the absentee rate. So before to do before reduce the walk per zone to 2 miles, so I know we do have a deficit already. So if we do to 2.5, that will need to have 14 bus driver. And if we reduce to 2 miles, $22 million, ranging from $1 million to $1.5 million. So my biggest question is, what happened for Crosset Pine Middle School? I know all the vegetation will be transferred to middle school, high school, except the Smith Ridge Elementary School or middle school, high schoolers live around the Newark area. So they will get the vegetation no matter what. Either going Vaughn, DePaul, or Hearst, doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter. So for high school, if we zone to Wooster, I know the Newark area will be a walk zone, but if we reduce to 2 miles, they will get the presentations. So my big question is, how much the presentation costs? If we reduce 2 miles for Newark to up to Wooster, how much the cost? The cost in currently what the cost of going to Damani, deploy Damani, or Von Wooster, or Von Damani. Don't know. So, what the cost? Because I don't want to pay it all test, but pay money to go to school fund. But I do know the NYP will have a school presentation in the near future. So, think about that. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nava-Duran. I appreciate that. Thank you for always advocating for your community as well.
That's all I have for this item.
All right, Vice President Mayberry.
Thank you. I'm glad the folks from PBS are still here. I just want to give them a shout out and for their partnership. What an institution. I can think all of us, but behind here, at least myself as a young boy with a thick, full head of hair, watching Sesame Street and the Electric Company and Mr. Rogers. So the legacy lives on. Thank you. Thank you for your partnership. And to our finance staff, again, Jeff and Mark, thank you for your details and just listening to us and bringing all of this forward. When I look at slides like 39, it's a real reminder that this state our public school systems are really tied to state funding. And I just hope that our legislators down in Carson City are listening, or I know they're not listening, they're hard at work right now, but we can only do what we can do. And it's extraordinarily frustrating and challenging for us when there's so many needs that we desire and want and must have, and yet there's still a limited pool. But public CFOs got a bad rap, and these days, Darth Mathers, I could see you walking down the hall with the Emperor theme playing. But I want you to know I appreciate you. I do. So, anyways, thank you.
Jeff, I'll work on your name. I just quickly want to say Curiosity Classroom. I had a chance to be at Spanish Springs Elementary with the robots. The only negative comment I have is it just didn't last long enough. It was so cool. It was wonderful. To that note, I move that the Board of Trustees approves the tentative budget for fiscal year 2025-26 to include staff recommendations in the following areas. Number one, initial district-wide options to reduce the budget deficit, including ending of the other post-employment benefits, OPEB, trust fund contributions, ending of the Medicaid payment to the state, rebasing of department budgets, and defunding of stormwater utility fees. Number two, changes related to the academic area organizational assessment previously conducted, including position conversions, creation of new positions, the transfer of positions to the general fund, and position reductions. And number three, additional staff reductions regarding budget requests related to the funding of PBS Reno, additional special education and transportation positions, additional construction management and project coordinator positions, and funding of a tuition reimbursement program for certain certifications and endorsements.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Trustee Dr. Diane Nicolette. We have a second by Vice President Adam Mayberry. I see no lights on or hands up. So all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Excellent work, team. And thank you all here. This was a big one. So we're going to go ahead and take a break. We're going to do about a 15-minute break and reconvene at around 4:40, but sharp. And we will be moving on with our next item as we enter into Section 4. We will be pulling up item 4.03 because we do have some guests with us for that item. So we'll be opening with item 4.03. All right, we're in recess.
All right, yeah.
All right, we, right as we get ready, just want to make sure we have Trustee Hall with us.
I am here.
All right, thank you. All right, and there we have our friends and colleagues. All good, all good. It is 4:43 p.m. on this Tuesday, April 8th, 2025, and I would like to call back to order this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Before this break, we just concluded item 3.01 and closed section 3 in its entirety. We are now going to section 4, our items for presentation, discussion, information, and/or action. And we're actually going to open this section with item 4.03. This is the presentation and discussion on volunteer services and the many ways in which families and community partners have and can support schools. This is an item for discussion only. We have with us today, among many of our special guests, we have Catherine Loudon out there, our Director of Counseling, Nicole Vasquez, our Coordinator of Volunteer Services, and Delisa Crane, our Director of Family School Partnerships.
Thank you, President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, and members of the board. For the record, I'm Delisa Crane, the Director of Family School Partnerships. I have the absolute pleasure of introducing our very small but mighty Volunteer Services Department. So behind me, I have Anna Aguilar, who's our Secretary for Volunteer Services. And beside me, I have Nicole Vasquez, who's our Coordinator for Volunteer Services. And between these two ladies, they have more than 40 years of service to our school district. Today, we are going to give you a broad overview of volunteer services, as President Smith mentioned, and then we will be back on April 22nd to give you an update on the strategic plan initiative for volunteer services as well. So, I'm going to turn it over to Nicole.
Thank you, Delisa. Good afternoon, President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Nicole Vasquez, and I am the Volunteer Service Coordinator for Washoe County School District, and I have served in this capacity for about 3 years now. I am here today to highlight some of our amazing volunteer organizations that give their time and resources to our students and families, not to mention our community. I know firsthand the important role the volunteers play in the day-to-day workings of our district because I used to be one. We have the pleasure of having some of the members from these different organizations that we're going to highlight in the audience with us today. And we cannot thank them enough for sharing their time and talents with us. Next slide, please. I'd like to begin by sharing the volunteer statistics for our district from July 2023 to June 2024. During this period, we had over 11,000 volunteers, a number that reflects not just our parents and guardians. As shown in the breakdown below, we have a diverse group of volunteers who make a meaningful impact every day. As you can see from the data, the majority of our volunteers, or 73% of our volunteers, are family members of our students with community members. Wait a minute, or 73% are the family members of our students with community members and student volunteers and district employees that make up the remainder of our volunteers. Next slide. Our volunteers contribute in various ways to support our students, and as you can see in slide 3, these are just a few examples of the roles and capacities in which they assist. Next slide, please. Our first volunteer group is the Reno Rodeo Foundation. They couldn't be here today, but we still want to acknowledge their contributions. This dedicated group of volunteers has held reading roundup assemblies at 25 of our Title I elementary schools each year. During the assemblies, which are held at the schools, the students learn the 3 R's: reading, rodeo, and responsibility. Assembly presenters typically include Reno Rodeo Association volunteers, Miss Rodeo, and/or Queen candidates, and the stars themselves, and sometimes the horses, and Smokey the Bear. The emphasis is foremost on the importance of reading. Presenters often relate their own experience with reading and discuss ways with students that might improve their reading skills, such as reading to their siblings, their relatives, and even their own animals that they have at home. Typically, the Bureau of Land Management also participates by providing instruction in fire safety techniques and the responsibility each child has in preventing fires. After the presentation, each first grade student is given the opportunity to pet horses, meet Smokey the Bear, and are given 2 books. 2 books, as well as rodeo information and fire prevention learning materials. This is a learning experience for our students, and we are fortunate and thankful for everything they do. And of course, I couldn't talk about volunteers without mentioning our 139 outstanding volunteer coaches we currently have supporting our students, staff, and school. I would like to read what the Student Athletic Coordinator, Rollins Starworth, had to say about our volunteer coaches. WCSD clearing and hiring process of our volunteer athletic coaches is a vital component and service for all the district middle schools and high schools athletic programs. Volunteer coaches provide our athletic programs and student athletics with another valuable and additional resource to provide our student athletes. Their genuine commitment to the development of our student athletes, providing and assisting in creating a positive and safe environment, and enhancing skills development for our student athletes in the district is invaluable. Thank you, Rollins, for those kind words, and a big thank you to all our volunteer coaches who continue to come back year after year. Your efforts and times do not go unnoticed. Next slide, please. Next, we have PBS Reno. I would like to acknowledge Kurt Misch, CEO of PBS, also Emma Glenn, VP of Development, and Nancy Maldonado, VP of Education. And you guys had seen them earlier. I'd like to thank them for all they do. Reno PBS has been a partner with the Washoe County School District Parent University for the last 15 years. Reno PBS donates its time to offer various workshops through Parent University throughout the year, supporting early literacy, numeracy, and sparking curiosity in the STEAM world. Some of the workshops include Literacy Comes Alive, Ready, Set, Ready, Jet, Go, Space Exploration, and Ready for School, Ready for Fun. In addition, this year, Reno PBS is supporting multiple kinder open houses happening around the district to welcome incoming kindergartners and their families to our buildings. This is also in partnership with Curriculum and Instruction. During the Kinder Open House, families have an opportunity to meet other families and staff and learn about expectations and tips for kindergarten readiness, as well as an opportunity to engage in an educational yet fun session facilitated by Reno PBS. All of these supports are provided at a no cost to our district. And last but certainly not least is one of our amazing organizations who is here with us today, Pause for Love. They are one of the groups that help our district with the crisis response and mental health. I'd like to introduce Catherine Lardon, our Director of Counseling, to share more about our partnership with Pause for Love.
Thank you very much. For the Rector, my name is Catherine Loudon, and thank you. We are so honored to be here. I have the incredible honor of introducing one of our partners since 1997. We actually formalized our partnership with Pause for Love in 2011, and you might recall that the current president of Pause for Love is Dr. Joan Bowman, who she apologizes that she can't be here today, but she was once in charge of psychological services for the Washoe County School District and was for many, many years. We have several members of the board of directors and their therapists with them today, and I really want to emphasize to you that these are the comforters of the comforters. And so when you want to know who's supporting your staff, your area superintendents, your principals, your counselors, your deputy superintendent, your board of trustees colleagues, when we have crisis, grief, and loss, whether it's the death of a staff member, a student, whether there's a tragic event in the community, including a fire, The individuals that come in and provide that deep set love and connection and help re-energize the people that are there to support your students are these therapists behind me, Pause for Love. They have a big part of it. And what happens is we'll receive a call from one of the area superintendents or from a principal. We'll make a plan related to crisis. We'll notify Dr. Lamarca, and someone will say, please contact Roger Botten because we need the dogs. And there's Roger Botten, an elementary counseling specialist who's part of our crisis response team. And the dogs will help to be deployed to the site. So they have such a critical role causing that connection. And when you see the students, it doesn't matter how old they are. They can be a large high school student with a full beard. And I have seen that before, laying on the floor connecting with one of the dogs, or one of our littles and a table full of students crying when a little dog is laid on the table. Pause for Love are true therapists and true partners serving our community. They support our medical examiners, our first responders, REMSA, law enforcement. You will see them out and about. And when we go to a classroom, we often describe what a therapy dog is as opposed to a service dog and bring that into play. I want to introduce these board of directors to you and these significant partners. They have things for you. But I want to, just because our department works so closely with them with crisis management, emergency response, I don't want to not mention what they've done for literacy. So you see them reading in classrooms with students and going out and helping students who might have text anxiety and promoting that care. So they had a big part in Reading Week too. But behind me is from the Pause for Love Board of Directors, Darlene Frano, and she has brought TJ. So if you could please stand up. And Annie Ghani Stewart, who is the treasurer, and she has brought Baxter. And then Vicki Taylor, and Vicki has brought Cody. And Vicki is the membership chair. And then we also have Tori Francis, who is the secretary, and she has brought Stella. And we are just so grateful to have them as our partners in Washoe County School District and look forward to many, many more decades of partnership and support.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And so, spoiler alert, after this item is done, we will get to take pictures with the puppies.
So we have, as you can see on this slide, we have so many community partners that contribute to our district. We know we highlighted a few today, but we also wanted to recognize a few more partners who partner with the Office of Student and Family Supports. As you can see on the slide, we have more than 30 volunteer organizations that support our district, just with the Office of Student and Family Supports, and we'd like to thank them all.
Thank you so much. This is amazing, and we will get up to take a photo. This is such an important item because a lot of the things you hear at this dais, when you hear us talking out in the community, this is our school system. Washoe County School District is our community's education system, and the our part of it is something we share with everyone. It's not just teachers, it's not just leaders, it's not just us as trustees, it's all of our community members, it's all of our families being involved in our schools. And so when I see numbers like you had on that first main slide after the title slide, nearly 12,000 volunteers, and I know that we're also taking steps as a district to bring down barriers and to find new ways to pull volunteers in, it makes my heart so happy because for every person that we can bring in through the door of a school and spend time in support of our system and with our children, they really benefit. And then they also get to feel that love from these partner organizations. And so I'm incredibly, incredibly grateful for all of these organizations and for everything that they do. So I am looking around. I don't see any other lights on for now. And so let's get up and let's take a picture with our Paws for Love puppies. Thank you all so much. All right. All right, everyone. That closes item 4.03. And now we'll go back. All right, team, I'm going to bring the meeting back to order here. That closes item 4.03, and we'll go back to the starting point of section 4, opening the item with item 4.01, the discussion and possible action to appoint a trustee as the legislative representative pursuant to Board Policy 9055-5G from among the following trustees: Christine Hull, Adam Mayberry, Diane Nicolette, J.J. Phoenix, Beth Smith, Colleen Westlake, and Alex Woodley. This is an item for possible action. And so this is a pretty straightforward item. We recently had the discussions around the updates to Board Policy 9055, Section 5G. And this is quite simply the execution of that in making the selection of the person who will be doing this work on behalf of the board. So I will open it up now to any questions, or we could also go to public comment. Dr. Nicolette.
Thank you. I clearly remember our discussion. I guess my question becomes, why is this necessary? I don't remember this being quite like this in the revised policy. And I guess I must have missed something, and I apologize, because I feel that this is overreach. And I think I don't think it behooves us as trustees to have someone in that position. I'll leave it at that for now and listen for discussion.
Well, I mean, we already have it. So remember, the legislative representative has existed long before any of us existed on the board, and we made some revisions to the existing role that also provides the mechanism through which we would choose the person. So I don't think we actually added the person as we did reestablished some of the modern roles around it, and then also created a mechanism to actually choose the person, because there wasn't that in the previous policy.
True, and I clearly remember that it was really related to NASB at the time. And so what I'm confused about is I do not remember any discussion, and forgive me, I do not remember any discussion related to choosing any role definition. I would like to understand what this role is and who they would work with and how they report to the board. Again, I think this is overreach as this reads.
Okay. Well, the item is to choose the person, so that's what the agenda item is for that. And I think it's fairly straightforward in the item that we have here, which I'll pull that up. We had that earlier. And it's pretty well spelled out in the rule that if the legislative representative believes legislation warrants a full board discussion and or potential action to determine the board's position, the legislative representative may request of the board president to have the agenda item placed on an upcoming agenda following the process found in the meeting protocols, no different than really any trustees asked to bring things forward.
Exactly. And so specifically, what I'm trying to understand is what this person's role would be. Who would they meet with? How would they report? Everything has to be in open meeting. I'm not clear as to the roles and responsibilities of this person and how they would be enacted.
Well, it's the same as it was before. Remember, this role, we didn't create this role. We refocused it and I believe removed their necessary involvement with NASB. But this board didn't create this role at all. This was created, 10 plus years ago? So what we have here in the policy is that the legislative representative will meet with and perform in an advisory capacity to the superintendent and the district's legislative affairs team on behalf of the board in the formulation of the district's legislative positions, which is not too different from what the original wording was. The original wording said the legislative representative may attend legislative sessions and subcommittee meetings, conveying school district views and concerns, and participate in the formulation of the legislative proposals. So I don't see much of a difference between the current version of that and the one that we have. But I do think that we need to keep this to the selection of the person rather than the discussion about whether or not we have the person, because this item is the selection of them. I don't see any other lights or hands up. JJ, do we have any public comment?
Not on this item.
Vice President Mayberry.
Okay, having said that, and I appreciate the conversation, but I would like to go ahead and make a motion that we appoint Alex Woodley as the board's legislative liaison.
I'll go ahead and second that.
All right, we have a motion by Vice President Mayberry. We have a second by Trustee Phoenix. And we can have discussion on the motion. Absolutely. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you. And I just want to make sure that this would not interfere with the requirements and what you do with the NIAA. That's all. I just don't want to see anyone get spread too thin, because I know everything that you add on is more work and requires more time and stuff. So that's my only thing. I don't want to see how great you've been representing us with NIAA to be sacrificed with this. That's all.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think because this is a biannual activity, I think that this won't have any impact on any other activities or boards that I'm on.
All right, so just as a reminder, we have a motion and we have a second, and this is supposed to be discussion on the motion. So fair question. We didn't get the opportunity to make sure that Trustee Woodley was interested in the role, so we did do that clarification. So just as a reminder, that should be discussion on the motion. Dr. Nicolette.
I just want my colleague, Trustee Woodley, to understand what my no vote means. It's not a no for you. It's a no for this whole process.
All right, very good. All right, like I said, we have a motion by Vice President Mayberry. We have a second by Trustee Phoenix. Seeing no other lights on or hands, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 6-1. Thank you so much, colleagues. We'll move on now to item 4.02. This is the presentation and discussion on Washoe County School District High School pathways and supports to help students graduate prepared for the future they choose. This is an item for presentation and discussion only, and we welcome with us our lead area superintendent, Lauren Ford, and area superintendents, Melinda Baker and Chris Hackbush. And I believe we also have some other special guests with us today, too, that you're going to introduce.
Hello, good evening. President Smith, Superintendent Erst, Board of Trustees. For the record, Lauren Ford, Area Superintendent, and with me today are my colleagues, Melinda Baker, Area Superintendent, and Chris Hackbush, Area Superintendent. We are here to talk about our amazing high schools and all that they do when they're graduating our students. Oh, sorry. We have two non-traditional high school options for our students that they can choose during our school of choice process. So we have North Star Online, which I'll chat about really quickly. So North Star is an option for school of choice that parents and students can choose. North Star is our online platform for providing education in an online format. It is a K-12 choice for our community. For students that are choosing North Star, there's usually some kind of either health issue that's preventing them to get to brick and mortar, or perhaps travel demands, which they have for outside athletic kind of engagement situations.
Melinda Baker, proud area superintendent who supports Innovations High School, which is our brick and mortar option. So students enjoy Innovations because it is a smaller learning environment. They typically serve between 150 and 200 students. What makes that environment unique is also just the essence of personalized instruction and community. So each student is assigned to an advisor and engages in an advisory class that acts as sort of their family within school, and that group of folks follow each other through the 4 years of time if they're there for 4 years. throughout that high school career, and the advisor sticks with the student involved. So it creates continuity of service for them and just an opportunity to be very personalized in the way that they engage not only in academics but also in their internships. So they have a learning through interest internship program, which matches each student with a community partner. Sometimes that partner might look like a Washoe County School District partner. So we've got a host of kids who serve Trainer Middle School, for example, during their internship times, which is on Wednesday. But it really, what it does is it creates sort of a school without walls, and it allows for students who have unique needs to approach their learning pathway a little bit differently. That's Innovations.
I'll also add, I have been doing school visits, and I have been at Bernice Matthews and Jessie Beck when Innovation students have been there as well, too, and that's been so special to see.
Yes, and we're hoping to continue to expand and have other schools that are not Innovations involved also give back to those elementary schools and middle schools, and other schools do that as well, not just Innovations, but Innovations specializes in it, and there's an entire feedback dynamic that the interns get to receive from their mentorship partners, and just another adult in their world to also support them and open up doors even beyond graduation. The next school that I'll reference is Washoe Inspire Academy. Washoe Inspire Academy is a temporary placement school. So this school services students who maybe have engaged in a behavior or have been involved in an incident in which Nevada revised statutes requires that they are in a alternative setting for a period of time. Washoe Inspire Academy also serves our students who are incarcerated at John Evans, or who perhaps might be benefiting from some mental health supports from an inpatient facility. They support students that have that need as well.
So our high schools do everything in their power. Oh, sorry. I'm loud. I don't need it on. There we go. Sorry. Our high schools do everything in their power to see our students through graduation, and that includes fifth-year senior supports. We do have a summer graduation ceremony, so some of our students may not make it to that diploma right in June, but we do have a summer ceremony to honor them if they make it then. But then our schools do not give up on students. They keep going, and they try to get them graduated by October 1st. Those students are calculated into our official graduation rate, but they do not stop there. So our schools keep going until they can find whatever a student needs to get them to that diploma as quickly as possible and whatever support that they possibly need.
Your lead area superintendent Ford, can you talk a little bit more about that? So I admit when I learned that, I did not realize that the students that go on to graduate don't necessarily count. Can you expand a little bit more on that?
So for this slide, we'll talk about that a little bit later of who counts and who doesn't. But for our October 1st graduates, they do count. They count right into our graduation rate. We have to have them done by that point. We do get star points and points toward our star ratings with fifth-year graduates. So there is incentive to keep our students as long as we can. But Melinda will talk more later about the specific points. Is that okay? Okay, perfect.
All right, Chris Heckbush, newest of the club with the area superintendents here at secondary. Opportunities beyond June graduation. So you see schools are always working with students all the way through their future. I think that's really important for everyone to understand. And whether it's a credit deficient senior, giving them the option to come back, I think that's something people should know. Also, we have our adult education program through Rise Academy, which I will detail a little bit more on a future slide. But I think it's also important to stories, right? We want to hear about the stories that happen. I came before the board a couple years ago on a young man named Terrence Ellis, who had a rough time. He had a lot of barriers over high school, and he graduated in the fall, and we were able to do a personalized recognition for him at the school, and then he got into the armed forces. So that was a win. And then we also have schools like Sparks High School who do a fall ceremony in their theater, and it's a very special moment for families to honor the work that they did beyond. So it's really a story of grit for a lot of our students.
Speaking of grit, this slide really represents sort of the hard work and the heart that our students and our staff exude beyond June. And so what you're seeing here is the adjusted cohort graduation rate, and these numbers represent the class of 2023. The reason that is because the class of 2024 right now is still hard at work. So we still have students that are recovering credits, that are finishing the details of maybe an individualized education plan, and they are working their way to an extended finish line. So what you will see here is that we have 81.10% of our graduation rate was earned by students who may have graduated up to October. So the journey then for some continued beyond that. And you had our fifth year students that represent 1.4 increase in grad rate based on their work that continued throughout the next following year. And what you'll see is that 47 of those graduates earned a high school diploma, 13 of which benefit from an individualized education plan. And then there are 41 students who may have earned a high school equivalency, an adult diploma, or an adjusted diploma. And though those numbers don't contribute to our formalized graduation rate, we have equipped these 41 students to enter into the future that they choose. So super proud of the work of all those parties, and that sort of breaks down for you the differences between what counts for graduation rate and what doesn't count. But I rest assured every single minute of effort that all of these students show, regardless of where they fall on that roster, it all counts because they do leave well equipped for their future.
Okay, and we're going to finish up with a school that I've learned a lot about, supporting them this year, and that's Rise Academy for Adult Achievement. This is a very unique school in that they support both 16 and 17-year-olds who are credit deficient for the high school equivalency exam. There's 5 parts to that exam, and they support students to get over the finish line for that, for opportunities beyond that. They also provide supports to 18-year-olds and adults for a adult diploma, which is slightly different process. This is, again, a grit slide, I would say, and there we have a lot of success stories. Today, joining me is Assistant Principal Dawn Adams, who's, I really appreciate her being here today to kind of share a couple of those stories with us this evening.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you. Dawn Adams for the record. I know we talked a little bit about statistics, but we had almost 1,200 students study with us last year. We had nearly 160 high school equivalency graduates. So if you think GED, that's what the high set is. Minors are only allowed access to that program. So we have some minor students who I think stand out in our work. We've obviously seen an increase in students experiencing high levels of anxiety. The large environment of a traditional high school might not feel right, life circumstances, lots of those situations. And so we have a counselor and an instructor specifically for those. And there were so many stories, it's hard to pick a few to share. The diversity of adult education, and we talk about this when we do our mandatory student orientation. We have students who just turned 16 and might have a baby at home to people who are 90 years old in our classes. So if you can imagine that diversity in terms of the generational wealth, I would say, and the experiences, it's why all of our adult educators love to work there. So we're obviously supporting some of these fifth-year seniors. We had, I think, out of our 84 graduates last year, we had about 20 that were fifth-year seniors. So each year it's a portion of the adults. But obviously we know this line is not linear for everyone. Most of the students, when you talk about grit, we just had a student yesterday who graduated who has been out of school for 10 years. She had a 10-year kind of path to recovery, and she came back and graduated. It's hard to count that in statistics. She's not going to count towards our grad rate. But when we say by name and face to graduation, we're doing that up until people's 40s and 50s and beyond. We also have a large English language learner program, so we have about 400 students in that currently. We had about 20 of those students just received their high school equivalency. You can take that test in a couple of languages. Many of these people are professionals in their country. So we have people with doctorate degrees and master's degrees or professionals who are able to come and receive that and then move on and work professionally in our community. We also work with Northern Nevada Transitional Housing, which is part of the Nevada Department of Corrections. And we had a few gentlemen who kind of stand out. If you were at our graduation last year, you may have seen Cody, who was on stage with his little girl. But at graduation, our students walk with their children, because many of them have children. And I mean, obviously, we worked with the student every day, and we see the pride and the excitement and that sense of accomplishment. But to enjoy that with their families and see the pride in his little girl's eyes, it's hard to sort of like put that into statistics and words, but I think like when you come to our campus, you can see it, you can feel it. We're really excited about the move to Debbie Smith Career and Technical Education because we are experiencing almost full classes right now. We have a waiting list in some of our classes. And so we're very excited to be able to expand and provide that, including childcare for our students who aren't able to come. We've had couples who, one couple comes on a Monday, Wednesday class, and the other partner comes on a Tuesday, Thursday, but not both of them can pursue their education because they've got little ones. So we're very excited to offer a flexible schedule in the morning and the evening. It makes for odd work hours. Like we're open from 9 a.m. until almost 9 p.m. And we have lots of tests on Saturdays. But I think, we have a couple more students I could talk about. We have a woman who was not able to move up in her employment opportunities because the company required that she had a high school equivalency. And she was an English learner, and it took her a solid 18 months. But talk about grit and perseverance. Like, you can retake the test a few times, but if you don't pass it in a year, you can pass it the next year. Time and time again, tutoring and classes and those relationships have been so important. So that's just some of the work that we do. But yeah, we're really proud to share our students and our staff work.
Thank you, Dawn. I'm sold. I've visited I don't know how many times, and I learn something new every time. One of the things I'm hoping you can take a moment to highlight is your fantastic staff, your instructors.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we always say this, like, we're not a school without the amazing staff members that we have. We have 4 full-time staff members who we pay through our state grant. We're a state grant funded school. Adult education is funded a little differently than K-12. Probably a little too much detail for now, but it's funded differently. And so we have 2 full-time teachers and a counselor on that. And I would say most of our we also have a ton of teachers who come at night who are working full-time in our schools in the daytime. And when we tell our students, they're like, that's a lot of work. And we remind them, like, that's because they love this. Like, we don't have any staff members who are showing up to work an extra shift at night necessarily for the pay, because it's not good enough to spend that much time away from their families and get home at 9 p.m. It's really because, I mean, I feel like it's like a mutual cycle of motivation. You know, the staff members come and they see, people are coming in their work clothes and people are coming tired, but motivated and dedicated. And I feel like that cycle just, it keeps you motivated. You might be tired physically, but you're emotionally filled, right? So yeah, our staff members are amazing. We also have some RISE graduates who are our staff members who can speak really well to the program and and the educational opportunities and work opportunities that provided for them. But yeah, thank you for highlighting that. That's really.
I also wanted to highlight Dawn and Stephen, the principal, in their work in transitions with the other high schools. They often go to the sites, meet the families, make sure it's a strong start for the transition to RISE. And I think that's critical. As a former principal at the high school level, that has been a missing piece in the past that we've definitely shored up through relationships right at the beginning.
Thanks to the entire team. Really appreciate the presentation this evening. Dawn, I just wanted to take a moment to thank you for your instrumental leadership at RISE throughout the years. The program has expanded in significant ways, and your leadership has contributed to the strength of RISE. And it's kind of quiet and it's in the background, and I just want to, since you're here, take a moment to say thank you for your exceptional leadership at RISE. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Obviously what we can do wouldn't happen without you guys' support, so thank you.
So I'm so honored to have RISE as one of the schools that's in District D, and I will proudly say I had my visit not too long ago with Principal Constantino. I managed to do it for the first time in 4 years without crying. Yes, Dawn knows this. I would set my intention and then, not be able to keep it. And the reason is because it's resiliency. I am so proud that we are in a community, in a district, where education is always available to you. With our littlest learners at 3, all the way up to our students who are 90. Here in Washoe County, we are always waiting and ready when you need to learn. And it's that resiliency. So 100%, anyone who graduates with their diploma has put in work and effort and passion. And there are then students whose path did not look that way, did not look so linear. This item speaks to the resiliency of humans, of children who overcome challenges, accept support, and achieve that diploma. And I believe, and thank you now for doing this presentation, because this was one of the presentations that I had asked for, because I don't feel there is enough attention or knowledge about the ways that we still circle ourselves around children learners, adult learners, and really get them through to their goals. And so this really helps with that. And so on that note, not to put either of you on the spot or any of you, but can you walk us through when a student in a traditional K-12, like a high school student, upon recognition that graduation is not going to happen in that traditional 12th grade year, what kind of supports do we deploy? Because it is, I would imagine, it's very easy to lose that child into their future. Can you describe what happens around all of the students that are in that situation to encourage them, to keep them in our system, and then to bring them to these success points?
Well, I can speak to both roles as an assistant area superintendent and a principal, because I've been in both very recently. I would say that counselors at the school sites are critical, and the teachers. I would say the relationships with our students, that every student has a story. So if at any point it comes to our review at the school district of considering the high set or recommending someone for an adult diploma, we're looking at that very closely, because we want to assure that every step along the way there's been multiple adults involved in the support of that student. Now, there's always cases like out-of-state situations where they're new to district, brand new, we don't have records maybe right away accessible for us. But we don't want to do any baton handoff to RISE or any other program without us having a firm hold on what the story is of each student moving on, so that we can support. And they have voice in that process too. Oftentimes when the area superintendents review those request forms from the sites, there is a student section, which I think is very valuable. And that's the first one I move to read, because I want to know why and I want to know how, and then I can support or suggest something else.
And I'll just add to that as well that it's not a decision that comes up as a shock. These are kids that we've been involved with throughout. When we start grad planning, that starts freshman year. And so, when needs shift and when the course corrects, we have schools that are involving influencers. So these are people that might not be your parents. These might be a coach, it might be a pastor, it might be, who is the team around you on campus and off campus that are your champions, and they're being invoked in those conversations in advance. Even just to be considered for approval, there's a family meeting with the student. The principals often will meet outside of that with the students. And then after several layers of approval from counselors, from parents, from student, from principal occur, then it comes to the area superintendent level. And then even beyond that, ultimately ends up with Superintendent Ernst. So there are several layers of, I would say, safeguards, but also opportunities to ensure that as a transition occurs, that it's not occurring in a silo, that it's occurring with supports from both RISE and the sending school. And certainly there's lots of scenarios where it's just right for the student and the family involved, and they are so thrilled sometimes to know that we're confident in their next steps. So it's not just a request that's come from a child because they are making an independent choice. It's something that the system supports, and that's very, very meaningful.
This is my 11th year at RISE, and I will say that there's been, just like anything, there's things ebb and flow. And I think the students that are coming to RISE, oftentimes they need this for maybe, some of them are working full time. Some of these kids at 15 are working full time. And so we can say all day that we would love the opportunity for them to get the full day in high school, but it does not work for everyone in our society the way it is right now. And so I think the fact that they know that there's a place that they can go and that high school is not something that they can't pursue, I think is very important. We have really great connections and collaboration with the counselors, with FGAs, with family advocates, because oftentimes the students who are coming to us are not unknown to the school. There might be issues and reasons that they need a little bit more support. And although we don't have a full school day, they're coming to school for 2.5 hours a day if they're coming to RISE. I would say the smaller environment means they're also not going to go unnoticed. They know that they're in an environment where they're cared for and people are there to support them. And so I think that transition it's really important for us. Most of us have worked at a traditional high school, so it's very important for us that they know they have the legal right to stay in their high school. And for some of them, it's just not the right fit. And so we're all very much on the same page, and I would say more now than ever.
Thank you. We're so proud of you and so proud to have all of these schools and all of these options. This is the definition of meeting every learner in every way at every stage in their life. So thank you so much.
Thank you, President Smith. So I'm so grateful that we have individuals that are pushing, and you guys are the cheerleaders for these kids, and we are all human. I mean, that's what we are as humans, but we don't always project humanity. And what you guys are doing, it's projecting humanity, the compassion and the care to support and love these kids through some very trying times and make sure that they are supported and they have success. I mean, that is amazing. And I'm just so grateful that you're part of Washoe County School District. Thank you.
And I think we also have Trustee Hull.
Hey, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Okay, awesome. I just wanted to add a little toot their horn kind of moment. So I used to teach at Sparks Middle School, as many of you know, and many family members from the students at Sparks Middle School would often be involved in some of these programs. And I have to tell you that the amount of care and time that is put into the students who are either getting their 5th year diploma or going to RISE inspires the younger kids to keep going and to persevere through it. So that is one of those, as Trustee Nicolette and I learned this weekend, a really great saying, sometimes the things that count can't be counted. And that's something that we can't count. There's no way that we can count how many kids stay in school because they're inspired by their older siblings or their parents. So I just wanted to share that because I don't know that it's something that you guys would ever even think to count, but I know from personal experience how inspiring it is for those students to see their family members persevere through that grit. So I just wanted to share that experience because I think it's a really important piece of this.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much for this item. We really appreciate it and for telling these stories and doing this work. That closes item 4.02 and section 4 in its entirety and brings us now to section 5, our reports, which we will open with our student report, item 5.01. Annie Batavia.
All right, good evening. I don't have a lot of updates regarding student voice, but I know that everyone's getting back into the routine of things with the last quarter of school happening, which is really exciting. I know a lot of seniors are getting excited to graduate and enjoy the last few weeks of school that we have, but that's been exciting, and spring break was very nice, and so I'm really glad that I got those 2 weeks. Over spring break, I did get to draft, it's not published, an opinion article that I'm hoping will be published soon on the representation of students on school boards. So I'm really excited about that. I don't know when it'll be published, but it's being edited right now, which was really cool, and I have not had an opportunity like that before. So I look forward to seeing where that goes. I think overall things are easing with the warm weather, and I'm excited for the end of the school year.
Fantastic. All right, that closes item 5.01, and we'll move on now to our board reports for item 5.02. Let's go ahead and start with Trustee Phoenix.
All righty, let's see. You got any photos there? Just a Sky Ranch. I think it might have been one, and I don't know if the other, if you have two. anyway, just to went out to Sky Ranch, and a shout out to Principal Jill Bayless. High energy, organized, has music. Hey, no comments, man. Okay. Yeah, there we go. You know, the high energy that she has, in the middle school principals that I'm seeing, that they are high energy and they rock and roll when it comes. One of the unique things I liked there was that they had the music during transition from class, so that you could try to finish it before you get there. So their management. And then next I went to O'Brien Middle School. I may or may not have it. Nope. Okay. And then out there, I put it on Instagram, but I saw the artwork inside the classroom at O'Brien, and to inspire these young artists to come to class. And so they're doing everything they can to try to get them to get there. And then I went to the Nevada Indian Education Roundtable. We had the Native American leaders from the area, provided their input to the Nevada Department of Education, the Indian Education Department, them specifically. And so that was good for them to listen to and hear and provide their input to them. And then I finished up with a Nevada Indian Education Summit up at UNR, and there were a few breakouts there, and their priorities align with ours, and they're trying to tackle those same things that we are doing. But they had an opportunity to provide input, and in addition to that, they had the little Native American twist to it on how they're trying to communicate with that demographic. And then lastly was just the Central Transportation groundbreaking. And I learned about all the sandbags and the things that they had to do. So that was a historical moment. So I was proud to be a part of that. Other than that concludes my report.
And then before Trustee Westlake, you go, I just do want to share for the record that Trustee Hall was joining us virtually, and she's now left the meeting. It is quite late where she is at this moment. So that's why she won't be doing a board report. Trustee Westlake.
I have some pictures. So. Okay. This was the groundbreaking at the transportation yard, and very exciting to all the improvements we're going to see there for our bus drivers. Picture of my fellow trustees and president officers. This is a picture. I went for Veterans Day at the legislative for veterans, and I took a picture, and this means so much to me that we have individuals in uniform that want to protect and serve our country. So I just wanted to throw that picture in also. Oh God, I didn't mean to say that. That's my new baby though. That was Glenn. I know they fell asleep on the couch together. That was Blue and Glenn. I didn't mean that for that to get in there. These are baby ocelotls. So at Dilworth, one of the science teachers there, she has ocelotls in the class, but they're two males. But at home, she has a male and female. These are baby ocelotls, and those little white balloony things, that's their little sacks, and they can feed on those for weeks. And I think I put up what they're making. So those are the two males. But the one before it, this is where they're making the food for the babies, and they're growing little baby brine shrimp to feed the baby ocelotls. I just thought it was amazing. They're so cute. There's the two boys in the classroom. Yeah. And then this was at the Cesar Chavez celebration dinner. It is very important to support our workers, and I was honored to be invited by President Smith to attend, and just a great turnout. Amazing turnout. I did Beyblades at Dilworth. That's some more of us. And I took a picture of the original Beyblades. We'll get to that in a minute. That's okay. I'll come back to that. This was home visit. We did it at a restaurant. We did it at a Jack in the Box, and great kids there. I took donuts to Jerry Whitehead. Shout out to them. The second grade classes really came through on attendance. This is the kids for the home visit. Wait. That's okay. That's the home visit, and I just love doing those visit with teacher Stacey Stosich and being part of meeting parents and the kids. And anyhow, the donuts, I took it to, this was a thank you card. The second grade class had almost, all 3 second grade classes had almost perfect attendance. And I went, there's the original Beyblades that I played when I was like 7, 8 years old. And I took it to the Beyblades at Dilworth and turned the kids onto it. And then we battled each other. So, thank you.
All right, I have a lot of notes here, so I'm going to be looking down. So during March Madness, I got to participate in Washoe County School District's version of March Madness at Trainer Middle School. Ms. Dugan and Jennifer, the dean, invited me to be on their staff team to play against the kids, and they beat us. Those little kids can shoot the threes. They could shoot the threes, and they were practicing their Steph Curry shots. So staff, we did lose, but it was a good game, though. It was a good game. I got to visit Mr. Fong at Verdi Elementary. I got to see the kindergarten classes. They had leprechaun traps for leprechauns that were visiting during St. Patrick's Day, and they would leave a mess in their classrooms. Oh yeah, green toilet water, green sparkle dust everywhere. So they were trying to trap them. So they were very creative. That was awesome to see. I also got to attend the governor's military ball, and I got to meet with General Waters. He's our state adjutant general for the state of Nevada. That was wonderful, and I got to see a lot of our local National Guardsmen and women. Got some photos with them. That was beautiful. I also visited Libby Booth Elementary with Miss Culpepper, and we had some good conversations. We were discussing going between MAP and iReady, and I was asking her, which is better, or if she had any concerns, and I loved her approach. Her approach was, regardless of what we use, we just got to learn and know how to read the data and use the data. So shout out to her. Ms. Culpepper was amazing. I was interviewed by a Sparks High School student, Jacqueline Cabada. She was interviewing me. She was doing an essay for her senior project, and we actually did the interview right in here. Thank you, JJ, for opening it up for us. So that was nice. Let me see. Also, I attended the NIAA meeting. I want to give a congrats to Spanish Spring High School boys basketball team. They won the 4A North Regional Championship. Let me see what else. They also, I believe, won state championship. Spanish Springs also got a shout out from the NIAA from different school districts because they were appreciative of how well hosted they were for the West League tournament. Incline High School won the 2A Northern League championship, and they beat Needles in the state championship. I stand corrected. Spanish Springs did not win the state championship, just the North Regional. It was Incline High School that won state championships. Pyramid Lake Girls won the 1A state championship. And for wrestling, Northern Nevada, we had Viviana Zavala from Spanish Springs, state champion. Ellie Smith from Reed, state champion. And in boys, we had Cooper Sandoval from McQueen, state champion, and Corman Anderson from Spanish Springs, state champion. So congratulations to our students. And then lastly, I did visit Mount Rose with Miss Chrissy Brown, and she's wonderful. We're going to lose her soon. We appreciate her. Just really quick, Madam Chair, because I did get to see one of her staff was giving one-on-one aid to one of her students, which was Leo Gutierrez, who I want to acknowledge because he's the son of Jesus Gutierrez, who passed away, better known as Chewy, and he was an advocate for education. I used to see him at a lot of events. He used to offer and donate a lot to fundraisers for the school district, and we're going to miss him as a community. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Hope everyone had a good spring break. It's nice to be back. Had a chance to attend the Matthews Modernization Community Meeting with Trustee Nicolette. Seems like forever. Had a chance to attend the Pathways to Aviation. It's the future of medicine in space at UNR with former astronaut Mae Jensen, who was also the first female African-American in space. It was a very inspiring opportunity. Many of our students were there as well. I attended a ribbon cutting at the Gator Garden at Alice Taylor Elementary in Spanish Springs. It's an opportunity for our kids to learn about gardening and pollination and how to grow vegetables. And also had a chance to visit Marvin Moss Elementary and Sparks, spent a lot of time with Principal Colby Riordan, and I'm grateful for her time and her leadership. I promised that I would promote the art teacher or the art contest at Mendive Middle School to my colleagues. That'll be on May 8th from 6 to 8. It's one of their big fundraisers for their art program. The teacher is Katrina over there is very passionate and thinks outside the box in terms of generating revenue for her program. On a side note, since I've been elected, one of my priorities that I've worked with some families on is working toward sanctioning lacrosse as a sanctioned sport here in the Washoe County School District, and doing that in partnership with Trustee Woodley, and talked with the superintendent. Trustee Woodley and I met with, we were, I guess, summoned, if you will, to the lobbyists that are really working through a piece of legislation called SB 305, just to provide some of our input, and that legislation is being amended. They had some provisions in there that would essentially allow students to go in this professional route to lacrosse, and we're really emphasizing that this is about student athletes, not about professionals, and also tasked the NIAA to develop a policy to sanction high school sports, which they don't have now. And I know Trustee Clerk Woodley is working through that as well, and I appreciate his leadership. And finally, just noticing Catherine Loudon here and her team, my heart's a little heavy today. Is grateful that we have so much support, mental health support, and we had a tragic event a couple weeks ago, lost one of our students at Incline. I don't want to steal your thunder on that, but I know that it wasn't in my district per se, but it doesn't matter. It's always tragic when we lose any of our students. This one in particular really hits home, and it was in the paper today, so I'm comfortable about talking about it. But if the loved ones of this little girl, this first grader, are listening, I know that all of us send our thoughts, our prayers, our sympathy, and to the families and at Roy Gom, and particularly to the family of that lost their little girl. It's just a tragic event, and grateful that we had the discussion today with the volunteers and the therapy dogs, and because in the end it really is all about this Washoe County family. When I post on my Facebook pages, I always end with #WCSD proud. So thank you.
Well, as you know, I serve on the Early Childhood Advisory Council, and as a part of that, I serve on the subcommittee for systems alignment. And as you can imagine, there are a lot of systems within the state of Nevada that serve families and children birth to 5 years of age. So there's just hard to keep track of organizations that support our children and families. So a really wonderful thing that's happening is we have many databases in Nevada. What we don't have currently is a collective that anybody could go and ask a question: how many 3-year-olds are in the state of Nevada that are serviced through, let's just pick community health care lines? Well, we're putting together a database, bringing together all that information. The experts are putting together this. They're aggregating it. Well, number one, they're collecting it, they're organizing it, they're aggregating it, so that anyone in the state of Nevada can access a bit of information that they want to know about the mental health, the education, et cetera, of our families and children birth to 5 years of age. It's a wonderful project. I can hardly wait for this to come about. It's probably going to take a few months, as you can imagine, to bring this all together, but the people working on this are experts. And I'll fill you in later more on that. Trustee Christine and I attended the National School Board Association in Atlanta. It's a conference. I will tell you that I'm still exhausted from all the networking meeting, and my colleague, Trustee Darren Farr, was there. meeting so many wonderful people and hearing all the things that we have in common and all the things that we don't have in common, all the things we do that are alike, all the things that we do that are different. It was absolutely mind-blowing. And I will say this, that the opportunity to ask, listen, and learn in every one of these sessions was enlightening as it was spiritual, and it truly was exhausting. And I'll tell you what was really exhausting. It was at the Georgia Conference Center in Atlanta, and I must have put on 5 miles a day just going from session to session because this place is absolutely huge. And also spent some time at Galena in the CLS program, which is fabulous. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. All right, JJ, I don't know if you want to get the picture on deck. I don't need it quite yet, but so going to start my 3 minutes with a congratulations to trainer middle school math coach and coordinator Taylor Kockenmeister. She's one of 3 state finalists for the Presidential Awards for Excellence in Mathematics and Science. The other 2 from our state are from Clark County, and so we are so very proud of Taylor. And also congratulations to McQueen coach Lucas Weber. He was named the National High School Strength Coaches Association Coach of the Year for the state of Nevada. So love seeing all these recognitions. Also, between now and when we finished school before spring break, attended the groundbreaking for the WCSD Ghetto Central Transportation Yard. That was really amazing. I had a wonderful meeting with what I would like to call WCSD's data genius, JT Stark. He's in a Harvard fellowship program right now, and he's working on using data to deliver insights for student graduation outcomes. I participated in a Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Governing Board meeting, a group meeting on regional school planning. Also, again, as Trustee Westlake mentioned, attended the Cesar Chavez Celebration Dinner, and that's always so important. It's a really important part of American history. So I was in England and France for spring break, and this is where my first picture is. And so it was really amazing to be there because their governments, their history was really also the origination of our own in so many ways. And so I saw this one statue that I wanted to share. So Dame Millicent Garrett Fawcett, she led the movement for women's votes and rights for 50 years in England. And they have this statue for her right across the street from Parliament. And her full quote is, "Courage calls to courage everywhere, and its voice cannot be dimmed." So I just thought that this was very inspirational, and being there was very inspirational and really also deepened my own appreciation for the government of our own country and our own history. I will close with this because I have given myself enough time. It will come as a surprise to literally no one. This is going to be the other picture. We have 3 Aries on this board. And so recently, Trustee Westlake, Trustee Nicolette, and I have all celebrated birthdays. And so in honor of all of those birthdays, I have presents. Take one down, pass them around. I do have one for Trustee Hull as well. So what I am giving you now is we have an incredibly talented team. We know we talk about that every single meeting, but here's whose art you're looking at right now. So clinical aide at Roygom Elementary School, Nikki Shearer, is not just a clinical aide. She's also an incredibly talented artist. She created this watercolor herself. These have been given out to parents at Roygom, and she just created this in partnership with their school principal. And so I wanted to gift everyone this in honor not just of our birthdays, but really for everyone, and to celebrate one of our team members in the midst of doing that. So thank you so much. I know, she's really great. Nikki Shearer. She's the clinical aide at Roygom. So that closes item 5.02, and we move on now to item 5.03, the superintendent's report.
Thanks to all. Appreciate all of the updates and being so active, working with all of our schools in our community. Just a couple of highlights from my perspective. Deputy Superintendent and I had a Deputy Superintendent McMaster and I had an opportunity to attend the Doers, Drivers, and Change Makers Gala at the governor's mansion. And we were there so that we could recognize Principal Cahill from Incline High School. And the contributions that she has made as an educator are absolutely unbelievable. So it was really neat to get this recognition, this public recognition. And we also were able to celebrate Area Superintendent Melinda Baker for all of her contributions in the field of education as well. So it was a really nice evening where a couple of our educators were recognized by the state. And so it was really neat. And then one other aspect that I'll share for this evening is Deputy Superintendent McMaster has put together our academic leadership team. And we recently met for a couple of days to align our vision and our work going forward. And you may have seen recently a picture where they were all outside the Believe sign. And it was just wonderful to be a part of that, and the work that Tiffany is doing with the academic team. We're really moving in the right direction. And so wanted to say thank you for that. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. All right, that closes item 5.03 and brings us now to section 6. And we'll open with item 6.01, our public comment. JJ, who do we have with us today?
Darren Farr.
Welcome, Trustee Farr.
Thank you for the time. I'm honored to meet some of you for the first time today. And I can honestly say that I know what it's like to sit in your seats and do what you're doing. So you have my empathy and you have my admiration. How about that? So real quick, just want to explain why I'm here. You're probably like, why would you go? You go to these, your own meetings. So as a member of NASB, which we all are, all the districts in the state are members of NASB, I've had the honor and privilege to get to know some of my colleagues like Beth and Dr. Dye with some of these meetings and stuff. And I also have the privilege of serving on the legislative committee for NASB with Dr. Nicolette. And we've been doing a lot of work on all of our behalves. We met with the legislature last month and was told, there's no money, don't ask. And we said, no, it's fine. But how about you take care of some of our unfunded mandates and take some things off of our plate that we pay for ourselves? So I think we got their attention on that one. What I'd like to do is explain, the reason I'm here is we started a program with NASB. As you know, we often take on mentorship roles with new school board members from different districts, and I have one now that's from Nye County, who's my mentee. I will be working with him, getting him acclimated to the good governance policies that we all have to follow. But we also started a program with our rural liaison, and that's me and one other person in the north part of the state, where we're going to issue a challenge to go and see another school board meeting at another district. Because, as my Marine brothers will tell you, we don't steal. We acquire via alternate tactics, but we will take away things that I'm big on beg, borrow, and stealing new ideas if I hear things and taking it back, and I don't take credit for it. I give credit where it's due, but you can always learn something new. We use the portrait of a learner model at our school district, and one of those that I really heavily believe in is the lifelong learning. So every place I go, I'm learning new things. So thank you for sharing your insight with me today. I can't stress enough, the job you're doing is incredibly important. The governance you're showing, the passion you're showing, that speaks volumes. So thank you again. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. One more thing. Quick challenge. Our next meeting, which will be in my part of our district in Fernley, is May 27th at 6:30 p.m. So if you want to come, let President Smith know if you're going to come, and I will try to pull out all the hospitality you showed me today. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you say May 27th or 7th?
May 27th.
May 27th.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for being with us today. Oh, that's a compliment that means something coming from another trustee. Thank you.
Pablo Nava-Duran.
Welcome, Mr. Nava-Duran.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. So, my name is Paul Nava-Duran. So, we talked about the presentation rules. So, as of right now, as a community member, I do. So, a community member. Your community support us make sure we go into volume and not Vaughn. So Tupoli and Damani because of my community overwhelming support. That so Also, as a speed feeder, I do support going to Smithfield, going to Vaughan Middle School because it's a brand new school. I know we need to fill those students to get the elective. You know, it's not a hard choice, but I can support going Smithfield for Smithfield, going to Vaughan and then going to Damani because, you know, that's overwhelmed me. I know. I do support going to Vaughan Worcester, but not the case for my community. They want to stay at Damani, so that's a tough decision to make. You know, I wanted to have Vaughan Worcester increase their enrollment because they're declining very rapidly. I know Worcester do have elective as of right now, so you know, I just want to know what the numbers look like if they're losing elective, like losing theater, all kind of stuff. And I want to see what the number look like at Damani if you're losing PAC program or elective effectively, and how community feel, because I don't want to make my community mad at me, but you know, I want to make sure we want to make sure to compromise as soon as possible. So you know, I do support. You know, I do support all the community. You know, I don't want like big community and be hatred for what I do. You know, I support. I live in New York community about 15 years. You know, 15 years. So I had to think about, you know, if Smithfield doesn't rezone for Vaughan Worcester, or at least we could rezone to Vaughan and then go into mine. But that will be fun, you know. I think about long-term plan for Vaughan Worcester, for long-term growth, and I think about going to join for NAV for Ward 3, Neighborhood Advisory Board in Ward 3, to help the gentrification of Central Reno area, such like we did in Midtown Reno area. So that's my solution. So thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Mr. Napadran. Thank you.
Brooke Maleth.
Welcome, Ms. Maleth.
Good evening. It grieves me to be, compelled to be here tonight. Last Tuesday, the 1st of April, was a very sad day for Nevada. The NIAA was subjected to political manipulation and deceit for political gain, and passed a policy that effectively bans transgender and gender diverse students from participating in sports. A couple of things that are incredibly important to understand. Executive orders are not laws. The Nevada Constitution protects the class of students targeted by the policy. The presentation deliberately avoided any other opinion other than theirs. The new policy fails under scrutiny and reality. First, lack of original documents, birth certificates, will bar access to sports for more than 10% of the kids that are unable to provide those original documents. And I will point out that the process with Nevada Vital Records is to issue a new original document for a child whose parents are helping in the process of changing name and gender markers on the birth certificate. The participation reality. When a similar bill was passed in Utah, an accusation was made of a cisgender girl, and it took her away from her studies, and the school had to intervene and indicate that she had been marked as female from kindergarten on, and the accusations went away. Then in 23, a state school board member accused another student of being transgender. That wrecked that child's life. It took their family for 3 months trying to prove that their child was cisgender and eligible to play in girls' sports. There was a similar accusation that happened in California. This opens the door to genital inspections of all girls. Okay? It's a child molester's dream. The supporting documents lack peer review or are focused on elite or college athletes, not adolescents, their opinions, and one even states there is no physical advantage between genders before puberty, which is congruent with past eligibility principles. This policy is contrary to Washoe County history and policy. This brings questions into the judgment of the representative representing this board on his vote for this policy, and I would ask that it be reconsidered.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mela.
Thank you.
We appreciate you being here with us.
That's all I have.
All right. Thank you so much for everyone who is joining us today and has stayed with us. That brings me to item 6.02, our next meeting announcement, which is April 22nd, 2025. And then now at 6:08 p.m., we will adjourn this meeting. Thank you all so much.